I'll tell you that our organization, is this thing cutting out? I'm just going to go. No, we're good? Okay. I'll tell you that our organization, United Students of America, we unhesitatingly condemn the deliberate targeting of civilians by organizations like Hamas, just as we unhesitatingly condemn the disproportionate and immense loss of life inflicted upon Gaza by the Netanyahu administration. But as a Marine Corps veteran who led Marines, soldiers, sailors, and airmen in environments with active terror threats, I know firsthand what threats to national security look like. Mahmoud Khalil is not one of them. And Rumeysa Ozturk is not one of them. With all due respect to the President, to the Secretary of State, they probably need to spend some more time with their uniformed military advisors. They can tell those individuals just as well as I can, just as well as all of us can, that they have begun to stumble down a distinctly un-American path. Now, this nation has always been made stronger by the voices of immigrants who wish to see us live up to our founding promise. It has always been made stronger by those voices. Now, our founding promise, as so many speaking today already have alluded to, is based and grounded in due process and in freedom of speech, as we know. It remains my honor and my duty to uphold my oath to the Constitution and to defend it from those who would see it weakened. And the key thing that I want to touch on that Tom already alluded to is the Constitution, when we swear our oath to it, we're swearing our oath to an idea, not to a man, but to an idea. And ideas are the bedrock of institutions, just as institutions are the bedrock of a healthy democracy. Institutions are the bulwark against autocracies. Now, it may be tempting to want to pose it as us versus them, us versus the institution. But we need institutions in this fight. We need institutions to combat the overreach by this administration. And the important thing is institutions aren't a monolith. Institutions are comprised of individuals. We disagree with some of the decisions that some of those individuals are making at this moment, and we're speaking out against that, but we need to bring them into the fold in this fight. We need to remember that the things that define this movement can't be the slight disagreements we have with one another. I'll tell you, I had disagreements ranging from personal to professional with members of the Marine Corps constantly throughout my career. But when the time came to step outside the wire and get things done, we put our disagreements aside and we focused on the larger problem at hand. We need to do that. We need to stop leaving allies at the door because they don't see eye to eye with every component of our ideology. I was in DC yesterday on the Hill speaking to congressmen, and they told us that one thing about the other side, as much as it's frustrating to go up against them right now, they have to respect the fact that they are in line with one another. They put aside their disagreements. Republicans on the Hill put aside their disagreements and they fall in line. We don't respect what they fall in line behind, but we need to take a page out of their book right now. We need to put our disagreements aside with one another and realize that the threat to all of us is too large to worry about petty disagreements. So thank you so much for your time. I'll pass it off to another member of the United Students of America.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Samantha Day Sense, and I'm proud to serve on the steering committee of the United Students of America. I'm even prouder to be here today with a group of people who stand up for our values. You've heard from a couple of my peers from the United Students of America, but I'd like to talk about what it is and why it matters. We launched this coalition of students 2 weeks ago out of SEPA. When we launched, we were just 10 students and a couple of student groups. Only 2 weeks later, we have over 150 students who have joined us. And yesterday, members of our team traveled to Washington, D.C. to call in our congressional leaders to defend our rights. This morning, we're joined here by professors, staff, and faculty, and students from every part of the university in this action. We are all standing together to defend academic freedom, freedom of speech, and civil liberties, and to defend our international peers. And beyond Columbia, students across universities are coming together in solidarity to defend academic freedom itself. I heard a quote the other day that said that if everyone showed a little bit of courage, then no one would need to be a hero. Today, I'm surrounded by people who are showing a little bit of courage. Today, there are more of us than there were 2 weeks ago, and I hope that after this Speak Out event, there'll be more of us tomorrow. It's no coincidence that our coalition launched out of Columbia School of International and Public Affairs. SEPA was a strong place for a start. It's our policy school. It's home to a majority of international students. and it's the school where human rights, democracy, and public service are meant to be at the core of what we learn. This morning, SIPA is speaking out. But those of us who have already taken a stand cannot do this alone. We are calling on our American peers at SIPA and from all parts of Colombia to stand up now to defend our values. We are calling on the policy leaders of tomorrow to lead today, and in doing so, to help protect our international peers who stand to lose so much more by speaking out. It's been said that there's a problem of discourse at Columbia, and that's true. This student body does not agree on everything, but for too long, we've allowed our disagreements to define us. This coalition does not claim to have all the answers, but we are committed to creating healthier spaces for real dialogue, and that work has already begun. In creating our founding charter, we brought students together who have fundamental disagreements on major geopolitical issues, and we were able to find ground on the common values that we all must defend together. Meanwhile, the Columbia administration has stood still. Columbia has stood still while students self-censor in class, giving up their ability to engage meaningfully in their education. Columbia has stood silent while international students were forced to give up their leadership positions on campus. Columbia has stood silent while members of our community were detained without due process. And today, when the Trump administration tried to reshape our university, the Board of Trustees and then interim President Armstrong capitulated. And they did so in opposition to what the majority of students wanted. In absence of leadership from those who should protect us, it falls on us, the students, to protect one another. We are not going to stand still. We are not going to be pawns in the president's attack against our institution. We are going to resist. The struggle over federal funding is far from over. Acting President Shiffren and the Board of Trustees have said that they will not allow federal oversight over Columbia. But the Trump administration is not going to restore funding without concessions. More difficult decisions lie ahead, and when those decisions arrive, we tend to be too large to ignore. The attack on our values is just beginning, but we draw strength from one simple truth. When we all stand together, we have power. We call on Acting President Shiffren and the Board of Trustees to stand with us, the students, faculty, and staff at this university, in defending the values that this institution was founded on. And we say to every student who's waiting in fear and in frustration and in silence, join us. If you believe in free speech, in safety and dignity of all students, in universities that stand for truth and justice, then stand with us, organize with us, speak with us, and show up for one another. It's up to us to make sure the future of this institution and higher education in America is the future we believe in. This is our moment to act, and we hope that you will join us. Thank you. He's actually.
All right, people.
How are you this morning?
Good. How are you?
I'm glad to be here speaking to you on behalf of school. Sure, yeah.
Thank you so much. Beautiful. You want me to take your book bag or are you okay?
Sure, it could be full this.
Sure. We're just doing a little switcheroo. Give us a moment. Clap it up for SIPA.
So my name is Randall Swallinger. I'm thrilled to be here today speaking to you on behalf of the School of International and Public Affairs and as a member of the United Students of America. Let me take my speech out here. Sure. How are you all doing this morning? Yeah, thank you for being here so early. So, the Trump administration is right now waging a campaign to do away with the independence of thought in America, whether through its attacks on the judiciary, the independent press, the institution of law, higher education, or the morally bankrupt deportation regime. The Trump administration has made it very clear dissent will not be tolerated. Bend the knee or else. Moments like these require the very best of us. They require They require courageous individuals to join together, to stand up and say, we know what's right, and mobilizing hate mobs on social media against journalists isn't it.
That's right.
Cutting life-saving research funding to universities isn't it.
That's right.
Deporting legal residents, such as Columbia alumni Mahmoud Khalil, for no crime greater than exercising freedom of speech guaranteed to every American, isn't it?
That's right.
Our country has made a promise to the world. Give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. They will find a better life here and be Americans, everyone. It is time for America to make good on her promise. It is time for America to be a lighthouse to the tired, a beacon to the poor. It is time, Mr. Trump, to actually make America great.
Period.
Great at education, not defunding the department that ensures our kids have access to public schools.
That's right.
Great at research, not defunding life-saving research grants. Great allies, not chastising those who are bravely holding the line against Russia for not wearing a suit. Come on. I want it said loud and clear that we know what kind of man Donald Trump is. That he is a man who thinks power is the only source of wisdom, who thinks attention is the only measure of value. He is wrong on both counts. We know what wisdom is. We know what value is, and his strongman persona isn't fooling us. It is time to stand up to Donald Trump, to Elon Musk, to all the people who see the rest of us as their personal property. Mahmoud Khalil is not their property. Columbia University is not their property. So hands off.
Right.
Hell yeah. Lastly, we should thank those whose examples light our way, whose passion and steadfast commitment to the best ideals of our country show us what real leadership looks like. People like Clara Barton, people like Bernie Sanders, people like Martin Luther King, people who did not need an army of undercover agents or a South American prison to change the world, who did so solely by their example and their commitment. Now it is our turn. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'll let you do it. I'll let the professional handle it.
We've been doing this all day. We got it. Thank you
very
so
much.
much. Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
Yeah, thanks. I've never stood on a soapbox before, but here we go. My name is Erica Baronstein. I have 2 degrees from Columbia, and I also have taught here for almost a decade as an adjunct. So I'm actually just doing right now what I learned to do by being a member of this community for so long, from learning here and teaching here. I'm also a working journalist, so I feel a little uncomfortable standing on a soapbox. I'm not used to engaging in this kind of thing, but this isn't really about where you stand on any particular issue, as many of the previous speakers have said. This is really about being a member of a community that thinks and wants people to think and wants people to discuss their thoughts. And as I say at the beginning of every single class I teach, we need to be able to engage most productively with the people we disagree with. And I think that a really, really, really great point that was made several times already, I don't know your name, but you had something really important to say, which is, I'm not here personally to protest the administration. I'm here to beg the administration, to plead with the administration, to really live up. And yes, there are a group of individual humans. So individual humans should be able to live up to the reason that we're all here in the first place, which is to be able to think, to be able to teach, to be able to think critically and teach people to think critically. And if the administration is going to do what they're doing right now, I don't think that they're modeling. I'm also a parent. I have young children. They're not modeling the behavior that they taught us to engage in. And so as a journalist and an academic, I don't even know what I am right now, but I really, really, really beg everyone who's in this community, who cares about free thinking, who cares about being able to engage productively with people you disagree with, and learn to understand the world and to zoom out, to understand international policy, to understand journalism, to understand how you can pursue the truth. I really, really beg you all to use your voices, to use your platforms, talk to your uncle, I don't know, anything you can do to just spread the word about how important this is, because it's very important right now. But if we don't do something about it now, it's going to get a lot harder to do something about it later.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Is this working?
Yes.
I thought we could start with a little chant to warm ourselves up. When academic freedom is under attack, we stand up and fight back. Let's go for it, folks. When academic freedom is under attack, we stand up and fight back. When academic freedom is under attack, we stand up and fight back. When academic freedom is under attack, we stand up and fight back. I'm Anya Shiffren. I'm the director of the Technology, Media, and Communications Specialization. I am thrilled to see our adjuncts who have no job protection and our alumni turning out today, as well as current students. Would you like that? So thank you very much. We had a party last night, our end of year party. We had 100 alumni and students there, and everybody wanted to know, what is Columbia doing and why? What is going on here? I get emails every single day from all over the world saying, what the hell is happening at Columbia? So I'd like to say really two things. First of all, Joey Slaughter's comments about the fiduciary duty of the trustees are really, really important. They've been telling us for a year we're going to have budget cuts, that pain is coming, that if Trump wins, we will have problems. Well, now that moment is here. I was at the dentist yesterday at Columbia Presbyterian. His patients, who are lab technicians, are being laid off. Why hasn't the university covered the costs of these long-term studies that need to continue in order for science to develop? Why hasn't SEPA released audited financial statements in more than 5 years? Why is there no transparency about our budget? Where was their planning? They are the trustees. They are the rich New York money guys. What was their plan? When Trump got elected, I wrote to the president, I wrote to the SEPA dean, I wrote to the provost, and I said, how about you all take a 30% pay cut? Everybody under $200,000 a year, we could take a 10% pay cut. I didn't get an answer, but guess what? That's what London School of Economics did when they had a financial crisis in 20 years. I'd like to see a real plan for some shared sacrifice to protect our brothers and sisters and our colleagues up in the science program. So that's, and I think alumni have a really important role here to play in making sure that instead of sitting around trying to undermine the Senate, they actually make some of the tough financial decisions to protect the university that they're supposed to be doing. We're already hearing in our classrooms, we're already hearing from our colleagues that are getting contacted by the Trump administration because of things that they've written. People are really starting to feel the chilling effect. The self-censorship has been going on for a year on this campus, and it really is time to stop. So thank you for coming. And I'm going to read our colleagues with green cards, no matter how many years they've lived in this country, are very scared. Many of them won't come out. And so somebody asked me to read a statement for them. I'm grateful to Anya Shiffren for the opportunity to communicate anonymously, as my immigration lawyer has advised me not to engage in any public activity. This illustrates the conflict I feel today in protecting and promoting academic freedom. America was the country of freedom and independence, and Columbia University, an institution of the highest caliber, which we all looked up to. I no longer feel safe here, nor do my students. And that's, thank you for letting me speak today. Great. Oh, really? We have time to go? Okay. Daniel wants me to keep going. I thought we had it. Don't we have other people wanting to speak? All right. can keep talking. As many of you know, I grew up on 94th Street, and many of you have been to my house. And I grew up with the stories of my father about what McCarthyism was like in New York City and at Yale. And by the way, if you wanted to see anti-Semitism on campus, Yale and Harvard were your places, not Columbia University. That's a well-known fact for any of us who've been around the block. My dad talked to me about how the newsstands at 42nd Street stopped carrying magazines because of the McCarthy period and how intimidated there were. There were fewer and fewer magazines. Another writer who's talked about that is Arthur Koestler in Soviet and Stalinist Russia. When my dad wanted to find out about the national health system, which England brought in after the war, he had to go to the British consul reading room to read the newspapers because there was no newspaper in New York. He had to go there to find the Manchester Guardian. There was no newsstand in New York that was carrying this kind of important news. He describes in his memoirs going to Yale an absolute chill of fear, which permeated every subject. Forget politics and political science. Even the literature classes taught English as though there was no political aspect at all. It was a chilling place. He took over the Student League for Industrial Democracy, turned it into Students for Democratic Society, and invited Norman Thomas, which was the first time any socialist had been allowed on campus in years. I'm so glad my dad's not here to see the threats that we're under, but that means that many of us have our radar finally tuned for threats on academic freedom, and we're here to tell you that it is here. Thank you very much.
Yeah!
Who's next?
Let's see if I can make this work. How's that? I'm not sure. There, it seems to be on and off. Maybe it's this. Okay. So hi, everybody. My name's Jenny McGill. I'm a senior lecturer at CEPA, and also an alumna. I've been teaching at CEPA for close to 20 years. You can tell my age by noticing that I actually have handwritten notes in pencil, not on my phone. I'd like to, first of all, acknowledge everyone else who's been speaking and to thank you all for coming out. I'd like to say a few words, really a personal reflection, especially on the situation of our students, especially our international students, and what they've been experiencing. You've been hearing it from other speakers. One of the most formative experiences of my life was a year I spent in another country while I was in college. It was a junior year abroad experience. It really changed my life. Being immersed in another culture, trying to understand other people's perspectives, and also looking at my own culture and experience from outside and thinking independently and maybe critically about my own life and background. And that really took me forward in the work I've done since then. And this is not an unusual experience. I think many increasingly have that wonderful privilege, if you're Americans, of spending some time outside the United States when you're young. Maybe it's college, maybe it's a junior year abroad program, maybe it's Peace Corps, or it was Peace Corps. Maybe it's in high school, a high school exchange program, or a church or school-sponsored trip. I think for Americans, this has been a privilege, and I think we all can understand how important it is. One thing I also reflect on is how much I valued and appreciated the people who hosted me. My host family, I was in an academic program, the academics, everyone I met was welcoming and supportive. And that, we hope, is the experience of our students here, or it had been until the last few months. We know that many of our international students come here, and not just to learn, not to take advantage of the academic opportunities at Columbia, but also to get a taste of American life and life in New York City. And for some of our international students, it's a chance to experience freedoms that they did not have in their home countries until the last few months. Now, I think you've already heard about how much we decry the detention of Mahmoud Khalil and also Mohsen Madawi, but also the unexplained deletion of the student status, the removal of student visas of so many of our students here, but at many other schools across the United States. and the impact that this has had on our international students, as well as the removal of fellowships, which has affected not just our international students, but many of our US students with related job opportunities that they had been on for years. The trauma that I've seen, that I've observed in our international students is real. I think you've already heard that many of our student leaders have stepped down from their positions as heads of student organizations. Some of my students are too afraid to come to class, so they're Zooming in. They're afraid to leave their apartments. Recently, a student declined an opportunity to be featured, to be highlighted and appreciated in a newsletter, because that student also felt that might be risky for them. What kind of life is this? What kind of experience of the United States, of their academic environment here at Columbia? But it's also, I'm sure, the experience of international students across our country. These recent federal actions are careless, callous, and cruel, and they're fundamentally un-American. We are much, much better than that for all our failings, which we acknowledge as parts of the particular institution. But it's time for the federal government to start undoing the damage of the last 100 days.
So I welcome you all here. My forte is not extemporaneous speaking, but I will try today because I am committed to this idea of education that is open to all. The foundation of the university is built on educating its students. My background is as a historian of science. And in fact, when you look at the power of the United States, much of that ingenuity, that incredible creative power comes from outside, coming in for the opportunities in the United States. So in teaching environmental policy to many of our students, I find that incredible dedication to this idea of a sustainable world for all, not just for an elite, but for everybody, making a livable environment, however that's defined, is essential for the United States. It is essential for the rest of the world. And we have been a shining light. The university has been a shining light for many students, and we need to maintain that central leadership. We do that in part through academic endeavors, by allowing students, encouraging students to speak up, speak out, to create their vision for an inclusive and engaging future. In environmental policy, we have seen a backing away from clean air, from clean water, from livable temperatures. We need those data sets that all those scientists, all of those social scientists have been maintaining for decades. We need those data to keep strong, to keep an idea of what patterns are in the world. As a previous speaker said, we need to know what to do to protect not only human life, but the biosphere. So here, I think that I stand up not for myself so much as for the potential of my students, of our students, of allowing them to make the world a better place. And the only way they can do that, and the only way that we can help them do that, is through maintaining this sense of academic freedom, of intellectual inquiry, of curiosity, and also of care for others as well as for ourselves. So thank you for listening, and stay strong.
Actually, I don't need this. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for those who have been here since 7:30 in the morning, you have heard me already speaking. I want to reiterate a few points that have been made. We've heard in the last 90 minutes by several voices from the SIPO community about the distress that has been caused by certain government actions. We have called for demands that the university administration and other actors, civil society, politicians are being more active, speaking out for the attacks against the freedom of inquiry, the freedom of research, the safety of our students. As I said 90 minutes ago, regardless if you agree or disagree with what students are saying, what they're protesting for or against, what they're inquiring, that should not have any bearing on how we stand on the freedom of them to say that. The freedom of inquiry, the freedom of research, the freedom to protest, of opinion is such a core, fundamental cornerstone of democracy. Us in a university setting here, having these rights is a quintessential aspect of a state that respects the rule of law. Being able to dissent with the government, being able to voice opinion, investigating how international law, how domestic law, how other aspects of our environment, of climate change, of diversity affect all of us is so important. And again, on diversity, the attacks against DEI are basically against what research tells us, right? If the government has, if there are other actors who feel that there are elements of discrimination that is not warranted, we welcome discourse, we welcome studies, we welcome examination about why certain aspect of DEI might be bad or good, right? We welcome that kind of discourse, but like an authoritarian leader to just determine that this is against the law and you cannot do work on diversity and inclusion and equity is not the right way of doing it in a democracy. I mentioned already a few minutes ago the core principles of academic freedom, and let me just reiterate a few of these principles. Again, I'm reiterating in 2020, the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression issued a report on the freedom of academic inquiry and academic freedom. And based on that, a working group that was set up by Scholars at Risk established 8 principles or 9 principles how to incorporate and how to implement those academic freedom rights. Principle 1 is academic freedom is a right to develop knowledge and ideas. Principle 2, academic freedom is protected by international human rights law. Principle 3, academic freedom requires autonomy of institutions. So all the attempts of limiting institutional freedom are against academic freedom. Academic freedom includes intramural, that means within the university, and extramural expression. So even if students, if faculty goes outside with engage with other groups, that is protected by academic freedom. Academic freedom requires access to information. Academic freedom requires freedom of movement and association. Academic freedom is essential at all levels of education, from primary education to the highest level of higher education. And as I said a few minutes ago, and I really would like to reiterate that, students have the right to academic freedom. So our students are not only protected by freedom of expression and opinion, they're also protected by academic freedom, which is quintessential for everybody at this institution and other institutions of higher learning. And lastly, respect for, protection of, and promotion of academic freedom is a shared responsibility. The federal government, state government, local government have a prime responsibility, but in the end, it is also other actors who have a responsibility to protect those freedoms. It is a cornerstone of democracy. It's a cornerstone for prosperous, for free, for just societies. And there is no way we can not speak out. The last hour here, last 1.5 hours, have shown that voices at CIPA, and the last 22 hours. How long have we at the Speak Out? 22 hours have shown a small proportion of how many professors, students, alumni, staff, and others involved in this on a daily basis without a political agenda, without any specific, we come from very different viewpoints. It is not just about criticizing the government for criticizing's sake. It's not just making a point about certain conflicts in the world, about different issues. It is about reassuring that each of us has the right to stand up and investigate and claim and express our opinions in a safe environment where nobody has to fear repression by the government. That is the basic fundamental rule that we all have to defend. And I hope that this 25-hour Speak Up is the first step. I hope many, including politicians on both sides of the aisle, I appeal to those on the Republican side of this political spectrum, right? What we stand for are core values, American values, global citizenship values that I hope most of you will be able to defend. This is not a partisan issue. This is not a political issue. It's a core civil rights and human rights issues. Thank you. Thank you for being with us here. Let the fight continue. Let our protest continue. And we hope to have many of you join us in defending those core values. Woo!
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, give it up for SIPA. Held it down for an hour and a half. We appreciate that so much. Guys, we're coming up to the 9 o'clock hour. We've been out here for 22 hours straight. Hundreds of voices, dozens of testimonials across the United States and abroad. We are so, so grateful for your participation. Up next, we've got a crew that needs no introduction. They've been here twice already. This is their third time to the microphone. We are so excited to welcome back CUIMC Stand Up. Just a quick reminder to do this spiel if you can. Yeah, I don't have it on my tablet. Great. And then here you go. 85% through, y'all. For empirical people. Don't fall, don't fall.
Hey, so we are CUIMC Stands Up. This is a group from the Medical Center representing clinical, research, teaching faculty, staff, students, interested parties, all sort of organizing together to try to talk to our administration. We're engaging in this durational protest for academic freedom and student safety. And so we came up with these demands as a group a few weeks ago. We presented them at the sundial to the administration, and we are still waiting to hear back. So we will keep repeating these demands. The first, stand up for our higher ed, fight back against the federal attacks, protect and defend students and international scholars, preserve academic freedom, freedom of expression, and Columbia University's autonomy to govern these, reestablish and affirm tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and protect our researchers and provide backup funding. During our session, you're going to hear from people from the medical campus, as well as reading out testimonials for people who don't necessarily feel safe in coming down here. And then we'll talk a little bit more about some of the science. Hi. Okay, parallel. Yeah. Okay. There you go. I'm an assistant professor
in the division of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry in the Psychiatry Department in Columbia. I'm here most immediately today because I lost a grant, an R61. That was my first R-level grant. Getting a grant at this level means that you're an independent researcher, so this stung a bit professionally for me, but of course, this is about so much more than like any personal professional injury. My grant was supposed to allow me to examine the impact of structural racism on substance use risk in Puerto Rican adolescents. This grant and so many other important proposals were stopped for political reasons in a man-made disaster for science, the depth and breadth of which I've never seen before. because I don't think science has been defunded. This man-made disaster in funding was recently described in an editorial in the Lancet in a way that I thought was really evocative and accurate. And so what they wrote was, science and medicine in the USA are being violently dismembered while the world watches. While the risks to civil servants and academics' livelihoods are real and understandably frightening, bullies are only emboldened by acquiescence or indifference. And that's why I'm standing up here and speaking out today. I'm standing up as part of this fantastic 25-hour speak out to be one of a growing chorus of voices to say, no, this is not okay. Science has helped us live longer, healthier, more meaningful lives, and it's not okay to take funding away for political reasons. It's not okay to dismantle the most extensive system for biomedical research in the world. It's not okay to fire thousands of federal employees who devoted their lives to improving our society. It's not okay to clip or ruin our academic freedom. And it's certainly not okay, and not American really, to destroy the rights of our students and to who are protesting and standing up for values they believe in, or to lock people up for the opinions they express while demonstrating or writing an article for a school paper. So while I'm here to protest all the wrongdoing that I've seen over the last few months, I'm more directly here because my grant was canceled. And since that is the little personal injustice that I'm currently here to tell you about, I'm going to read to you a little bit from the grant proposal that I lost, primarily because I think it's not a coincidence that this grant was canceled. I think this and many other grants were canceled because they were upfront and honest about things that the current administration would not like to acknowledge. For example, climate change, or the history of how ethno-racially minoritized individuals and families have been treated in this country, or the history of how we as a culture have treated our LGBTQ plus brothers and sisters. In the case of my canceled grant, it acknowledged the existence of structural racism in the United States. More specifically, my grant noted that in the US, structural racism developed from a long history of deliberate exclusion of ethno-racially minoritized individuals from access to wealth and other opportunities. Systems that continue to reinforce this pattern include income, education, and housing. Ethno-racial inequities in the US are centuries old, and stark differences in household income persist. So, for example, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 outlawed discrimination on the basis of race and color. And 3 years later, in 1967, for the very first time, the US Census released income data by race, showing that the median income for Black families was 55% of that for white families. In 1970, that was the first year that the US Census reported income for Latina families. And in that case, the median income for Latina families was 67% of what it was for white families that year. Data from 2016, so a lot closer to the present moment, suggests that these inequities have largely just been stable over time. Black families' median incomes in 2016 were 58%, and Latina household median incomes were 65% of white families. So these enduring inequities in income reinforce other inequities. So, for example, education and housing, and are often, you can measure them at the area level in a neighborhood. So we know from previous research that experiences of discrimination, so being directly discriminated against by another person, can have, can increase somebody's risk of substance use, and that's again what my grant was studying. We haven't been able to study this yet with structural racism, and that's what my grant was supposed to do. And so I'm standing up here today partially because, sure, I lost the money and we're not going to be able to study this thing, and because that is really like a loss for all of us. I think there's a perception, and the reason that these grants were chosen to be canceled was the thought that it only helps some people, and I think that's a big misunderstanding of the research, that understanding how these systems work and how we become at greater risk for things like substance use and other chronic health problems. Understanding those better would help us all, and the efforts of scientists over the years have really helped to make us a healthier society, and this is going to do and defunding this is going to do the opposite. So I can describe a little bit more of the grant just part of what I was interested in here is that the idea that growing up in an unjust environment with high levels of structural racism could have an impact directly through the message that those inequities send to people as they live out their lives. So, for example, we know that taking a step away from structural racism for a second, that substance use disorders have been associated with a style of decision making in which people prefer a smaller sooner reward compared to a larger later reward. But that's also a style of decision making that is associated with living without having not believing that you live in a just world. If you don't think that you're going to get a larger reward because you live in a culture where you won't be given to you, if you do what you're supposed to and wait around, then you're going to choose something smaller and sooner. And so the work that I was going to do was to look at these levels of structural racism in a neighborhood, look at people's belief in a just world and their reward-related decision making in order to understand better if the way that we treat people as a culture could impact their risk at the level of behavior. And so just to close for today, I want to say again that what we stand to lose today is not just the research, but to highlight that the cuts in funding are really specifically designed to keep us in the dark about issues related to injustice in our society. And these cuts to our science have really just made me want to more than ever, change our society for the better. And my hope is that by taking part in the Speak Out and by talking about the funding that we lost, that we can rally together and try to fight the injustices that have arrived at our doorstep, and to try both in the short and the long term to make this university, our city, our state, and the nation a better place for all of us, not just some.
CUIMC, let's give it up.
I just hold the mic. Like, can you? No. Hi. No. Hi.
Let's just do a quick check. Let's see. Mic check.
Literally.
Mic check. 1,
Okay.
2, 1, 2.
Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. Can you? Okay, there you go. Hi, everyone. I am Claudia Luo-Candelas. I'm an associate professor over at the medical campus. I am in psychiatry. And I want to talk today a little bit about my research and how it's being affected by the Trump administration and by our own university's lack of response to it. And why I think our university needs to stand up for science, academic integrity, and self-governance. Okay. So like I said, I am the Florence Irving Associate Professor of Clinical Psychology and Psychiatry over at the medical campus. I'm a tenure track professor, but I'm not tenured. I got here in 2016 for what I thought was going to be a 2-year postdoctoral fellowship, and really fell in love with the academic environment. I was thrilled about all the work, the cutting edge research that was being done, but mostly I was thrilled about the collaborative environment and the emphasis in public health that our institution has, which I think is pretty unique. I was blown away by this environment and every member of the scientific community. And for that reason, I decided to stay. And that was a complete no-brainer. And over the years, I have built my career and my lab at Columbia University. Up to 2 years ago, I would have said that there was no other environment in the US or really the world that could have sustained my research as much as Columbia did, and could be better suited to be a home for my growing line of work. I study perinatal mental health, so I'm really focused on understanding how the things that happen during pregnancy and postpartum impact the health of pregnant people and the next generation. I think this work is really vital to both our country, but also to New York State. My work examines like environmental exposures during pregnancy and how that impacts mental health and well-being, thinking not just about the immediate pregnancy outcomes and how that helps people survive birth, but also how the things that happen in pregnancy impact the next generation. So in that way, my work impacts decades of children's health to come. I study how brain exposures impact fetal brain development. So it's really cutting edge research that could be done in few places other than Columbia. However, the current administration's vicious attacks on science and academic institutions has endangered this work. Not only has funding for women's and reproductive health been on the chopping block, but our own university's lack of principled response to these attacks has further endangered this critical line of work. Over the last hours, we've heard many folks talk about the impact of funding cuts on their own work, on our ability to serve our patients, and to create better treatments for tomorrow. But I want to focus specifically on cuts related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. This is one of the demands that our wonderful grassroots organization dedicated to safeguarding our university has put on the list. And before the Trump administration came for Columbia University, for Harvard, or for even our indirect and overheard funds, they came for DEI. Their hatred of these initiatives that sought to bring health equity and justice was such that on January 20th, literally on day one, an executive order banning any DEI initiatives came out. And so did our grants focused on DEI initiatives started disappearing at that day. While that was extremely upsetting, more upsetting to me was the fact that our own organization did not send out a single email until they came for indirect funds, for indirect cuts. Yes, very much boo. It seemed as if these efforts to create health justice were not on the priority for our institution. So much so that on that day, our institution began outright cutting or hiding any DEI efforts in what can only be described as a pitiful act of anticipatory compliance. Not a single email was sent to those who lost their DEI funding before they came for the indirect cuts. And I want to showcase why DEI matters with an example from my own research. The last decades of academic endeavors have really been DEI for the rich, the powerful, and the white. And what DEI has done over the last couple of decades is to bring some justice and to provide care for those that have been overlooked before. This work is critical because it literally saves lives, and I want to showcase with an example from our own state. So in the last decades, the US has been losing ground on the fight for maternal mortality. In our own state, we have been losing more and more people during pregnancy, but that effect hasn't been across the board. That effect has been most pronounced in Black birthing people. So much so that our very own state, if you go to their website, will say that since 2001, pregnancy-associated mortality has remained steady, but inequities remain, so much so that from 2016 to 2020, Black, non-Hispanic women and pregnant people were 4 times more likely to die of pregnancy-related causes compared with white, non-Hispanic women and birthing people. In our own website, it says that racism drives these disparities. So, showcasing that DEI efforts do not just privilege some, but the right to make our research equitable so that the populations that really need more advanced interventions, treatment, and researches on the causes of the disease are given the attention that they deserve, which is why I'm calling on our institution to not just defend all research, but to think about the DEI initiatives that make our institution a driver of health and health justice and stand up for what is right. Thank you.
Yay. Sorry. Thank you.
know, we've been hearing a lot about the research cuts, and we hear a lot about the millions of dollars that have been lost. But we want to highlight right now just some of the projects, some of the science that benefits patients and society. So I'm just going to start reading some of the grants that have been cut from Columbia. The impact of Alzheimer's disease on novel genetic signatures of hippocampal memory traces. Host factors required by human parainfluenza virus 3, determinants of entry and viral speed. Investigating the potential of wastewater surveillance data to improve SARS-CoV dynamical modeling and forecasting. Mechanistic insights into lipid A modification by the, so I'm a data scientist, not a scientist, so forgive me with this word, phosphoethanolamine transferase MCR1. Woo, right? Whoever's doing that research, good for you. Acetyl, ooh, did I just lose my place? Sorry about that. Enhancing global health security, expanding efforts and strategies to protect and improve public health in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Sorry, oh yeah, sorry about that. I'm like losing my place. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. Spectrum studying pride to enhance our cancer screening guidelines for transgender users of gender-affirming hormones. Strengthening informed consent for authentic participation in perinatal HIV research. Bronx Environmental Health Summer Training for Justice. Dissecting the role of loneliness on substance use and HIV-related outcomes among sexual minority men in the United States and Canada. Climate and Health Action and Research for Transformational Change. Spatiotemporal effects and associations between deforestation and alcohol and tobacco use in Indonesia. Establishing a unified evaluation and implementation framework to inform heat health warning systems. The role of social determinants in reproductive coercion, understanding health information and support needs. Structural racism, neurocognition in reward-related decision-making and substance use risk. PrideNet for the All of Us research program. Fusion inhibitors that block host-to-host transmission of SARS-CoV-2. Engineering protease-resistant antiviral peptide inhibitors for SARS-CoV-2. Guyana Research in Injury and Trauma Training Program. Public drinking water contaminants and infant health, advancing environmental justice. Contribution of PAG to immune synapse organization and PD-1 functioning. Deciphering mechanisms for olfactory receptor choice in single cells, elucidating the role of FRA1 in pancreatic crash-driven acinar to ductal metaplasia, quantifying the interactions among maternal race vaginal metabolites and microbes in preterm birth, inhibition of CD33 sialic acid binding in late onset Alzheimer's disease, ECM remodeling and crosstalk with cell fate in zebrafish ligament regeneration, long-term exposure to arsenic and the co-occurrence of uranium in public and private drinking water, associations with cardiovascular and chronic kidney diseases in the California Teachers Study, therapeutic editing of rod glycolysis rescues retinal degeneration, linking endoplasmic reticulum calcium handling to neuronal function in vivo to the Drosophila visual system, mechanisms controlling cell type, specific transcription factor activity in the development of serial structures in Drosophila, type 1 interferon-mediated restoration of brain endothelial cell function after cerebral infarction, stress hazardous drinking and intimate partner aggression in a diverse sample of women and their partners, subtyping sepsis in Uganda using clinical pathogen and host response profile, evaluating the epidemiology and determinants of neurologic post-acute sequelae of SARS-CoV-2, neurocognitive and neuropsychiatric impact of chemosensory alterations, a tolerance approach to xenotransplantation, the New York Obesity Research Center, the Center for Environmental Health and Justice in Northern Manhattan, core facilities for vision research, the Center to Improve Chronic Disease Outcomes through multi-level and multi-generational approaches, unifying novel interventions and training for health equity, the Community Center. But they said they wanted to support chronic disease, but that got cut. Novel assessments of the health effects of tropical cyclones, targeting TB transmission hotspots to find undiagnosed TB in South Africa, a genomic, geospatial, and modeling study, impact of allostatic load and neighborhood contextual factors on breast cancer in the Women's Health Initiative. There's many, many more, but I hope what you see is just the breadth of the topics of what has been cut. So we're going to move on to our next speaker.
Can you do this? My name is Sarah, and I began working at Columbia University Medical Center in the year 2000. My first study was looking at people who were newly homeless with the aim to identify what factors led people into becoming unhoused and preventing it. I was proud to be working at a school that cared about its neighbors. My coworkers and I saw the Twin Towers fall from our office in the public health building. And then we watched as various Mailman School public health departments leapt into action afterwards. For example, the Environmental Health Department put the government's claims that the burning pit at Ground Zero was safe for humans to the test with systematic monitoring. I was proud to be working for a school that wanted to find the truth in order to help first responders and local residents. My next job was setting up the first brain bank in the country for a specific neurological disorder in order to see if there were any predictable brain changes associated with this disorder. I was proud to be working for such a large institution that we have the specialized knowledge and facilities to carry out this multi-departmental, multidisciplinary research. I've worked on drug studies showing that aspirin is as effective as warfarin for some cardiac patients. Imagine taking an over-the-counter baby aspirin instead of having to go to a clinic every week to have your finger pricked. I've worked on device studies showing that a transcatheter valve can be at least as good as open heart surgery for some cardiac patients. Imagine leaving the hospital after one night with a new heart valve and a Band-Aid covered incision instead of having your chest cracked open. These jobs allowed me to get my master's in public health at Mailman, and my goodness was I proud to get an Ivy League degree without student debt. So now imagine my shock, confusion, and disgust as I saw Columbia fail to immediately support their own students, fail to rally for all of our freedom of speech, and give up academic freedom to an increasingly authoritarian government. Of course I care about research funding. It's my entire salary, but we cannot assume it comes at this cost. Just as the US government feels like our checks and balances are collapsing, we hear that, quote, some people are saying, unquote, that the university senate should be reconsidered. This is the first time I've been deeply ashamed of Columbia. The story isn't over, and we can all take inspiration from the growing collaboration between universities, including Columbia, to preserve academic freedom and hope that this shameful capitulation ends now. Woo-hoo! So now I'm going to be reading statements from people who prefer to remain anonymous. And I think we should think about that. In the United States, we have people who are proud academics, but refusing to speak with their face showing. And think about why that is. So these are not statements from me. Statement number one. Hello, thank you for listening to this 25-hour speak out. I wish I could read this statement in person, as it feels cowardly and less impactful to have someone else read it for me. For those of you who came to watch and listen, not to be able to put a face to my story and to hear my emotions, let me tell you why. I've lived in New York City and USA for almost 2 decades. I came here in my early 20s, so basically all of my adulthood I have spent in this country. This is where I did my graduate studies, where I found my first full-time job, where I came out as queer and opened a whole new chapter of my life. Even though so much of my life has been in this country, I still don't have a green card, let alone citizenship. I went from exchange student visa to degree student visa to work visa, but applying for a green card was always too risky and too expensive. To get a non-employer sponsored green card costs about $12,000 in lawyer and other fees, not an easy amount to spend for a graduate student or postdoc. And universities mostly won't sponsor you until you're a professor. It never seemed much of a problem. I figured I would get one eventually. But here we are. Suddenly, the government is revoking legal immigration status from foreign students and scholars, often for no apparent reason. And when they do cite a reason, it seems to be an illegal reason for speech that the current government does not like. For stating that throwing bombs into a ghetto from which people cannot leave is inhumane. That is a genocide, as the UN has declared. I have noticed one thing Americans like to talk about are First Amendment rights, freedom of speech. But my fellow international Colombians, Mahmoud Khalil and Mohsen Madawi, are paying for exercising that right so to Americans by being locked up in ICE jail. I came to the US because I fell in love with the vast range and high level of research that was being done here. I stayed to do my PhD and then moved to Columbia for my postdoc. There's a huge mental health crisis among teenagers. Anxiety and depression have been rising and almost doubled compared to 20 years ago, but we don't really know why. Depression and anxiety are the largest cause of disability in youth. Once someone develops full-blown depression, about 60% of patients do not respond to the first line of treatment. They often try many different medications and psychotherapies before they find relief. I want to prevent children and adults from developing depression. My research tries to understand all the different factors that contribute to youth depression: negative life experiences, genetics, the brain, lifestyles, so that eventually we can try to intervene before depression develops. Spare children and adults the torture that is going through a depressive episode. However, now the government is putting this and so much research in danger. We have seen unofficial memos that the NIH is forbidden to give any new research grant funding to Columbia. In addition to that, they have already cut $250 million of NIH funding to Columbia at the medical center. The majority of the grants that were cut were for training the next generation of scientists. The grants that provide salaries to graduate students and postdocs. If this continues, it will stall both individual careers and research as a whole. In addition, grants to the Cancer Center, the Alzheimer's Center, the Diabetes Center, the Autism Center, as well as many grants to individual labs on long COVID, on vaccine development, on global health, on the effects of structural racism on mental health, and on health disparities among LGBTQIA+ individuals. And if the government does not continue to fund new grants, that will be the end of Columbia's science community. My Columbia salary is 100% sponsored by the grant I have to study depression. Without it, I will not be able to get paid in the long run for my research, and I am not alone. The majority of my medical center colleagues, especially the ones who are not clinicians and do full-time research, are fully paid by the federal grants we bring in. Given how important these grants are for my career and me personally, I want to make clear that I demand the Board of Trustees and the interim acting president, Claire Shipman, to not give in to the demands of the US government, to stand up like Harvard did and say no, to take legal action against these grants getting illegally cut. We do not want the American government to tell us what we can say, what we can teach, or what we can research. We cannot allow the American government to raid our campus and lock up our international students. We cannot allow the American government to rewind our hard work on making the university a more equitable place for everyone, regardless of background. I'm a scientist. Let me tell you, this is a field where straight white men still have an advantage. Therefore, it is so important to try to be fair and inclusive and make sure the departments reflect the demographics of the US population. That work had started, but the anti-DEI efforts will stall any progress we made. Most of all, we have to remain an independent institution that protects their students and faculty. I do not believe even one bit that the American government cares about anti-Semitism. I remember Elon Musk's Sieg Heil. I remember Charlottesville. I remember the current president dining with Holocaust deniers. I, however, care deeply about anti-Semitism. My great-grandparents did not survive Auschwitz. From the other side of my family, I grew up with stories of the Nazi occupation. Because of my background, I feel strongly that we as an institution must ensure there is no anti-Semitism, that there is no anti-Islam hatred, no racism, no discrimination across the board. This is of vital importance for Columbia. However, giving in to the US government's demands will not do us any good, as they never were about anti-Semitism or any kind of racism. It is about making universities sites of right-wing ideology. Everyone knows authoritarian governments are like playground bullies. They like easy victims. If you give in once, you will keep being bullied. The only way to stop a bully is to stand up to him and say no. Columbia has to say no. This is a second statement. Again, I'm reading anonymous statements because people do not feel comfortable speaking with their face showing in the United States of America. Statement number 2. I am a reproductive healthcare worker. I came to Columbia University because I wanted to be part of groundbreaking research and education to improve the health of pregnant people and communities at large. I was inspired by and long admired Columbia's long history of leading the way in perinatal care. As a community organizer, I was also proud to join an institution that once housed Edward Said and Shirley Chisholm and others who advocated tirelessly for justice and openly critiqued the status quo. It is with this in mind that I join my colleagues to call on the administration to defend the students, researchers, faculty, and all those who are part of the Columbia community. There is so much at stake, and we must take a stand. As someone who works with pregnant people, I am afraid for the future. The enacted and threatened funding cuts reflect this government's priorities: profit, not the health and well-being of our population. To take such action that will cease or at least seriously hinder advancements in prenatal care and maternal health equity, destroys progress in bringing racial health disparities, and eliminates funding for the future workforce of healthcare providers and researchers is unfathomably cruel. The ease with which the Columbia administration has catered to the pure cruelty of these cuts and the push to blame and punish student protesters standing up and speaking out for justice in Palestine is alarming. A threat to one of us is a threat to all of us without exception. I hope the testimony of myself and my colleagues demonstrates the urgency of coming together to push back against these threats to our collective health and our future.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Like leaving all my stuff everywhere. It's in my apartment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those reading those statements. We also want to be clear that the attack is bigger than just Columbia and Harvard and Cornell. There have been cuts to the University of Nebraska, the University of Miami, and it's beyond academia. We have seen in the news the cuts to our local and state health departments, cuts to federal agencies, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Environmental Protection Agency, all across the NIH, and most recently in the news, it's been reported that the National Institutes of Occupational Safety and Health, the people who study how to keep us safe as we work, are being subjected to cuts to 90% of their workforce. We stand in solidarity with those federal workers, our scientific colleagues, and we call on our administration to stand with us. I don't speak for anyone but me. I have no tenure, I'm an assistant professor, but I think a lot of us would agree that we do not want to be on this side of the gates fighting against our university. We want to be fighting alongside our university at this critical point in history. So, as I said, I work with data. I'm much better with numbers and computers than I am with words and people. So I'm going to read somebody else's words. There we go. A recent editorial in The Lancet, which is a scientific journal that we all hope to be published in at some point in our careers, And if you don't listen to all of it, please just listen to the first sentence. Supporting medical science in the USA. The pursuit of rigorous medical science is not compatible with capitulation to government demands aimed at weaponizing and eroding science. On April 14th, Edwin R. Martin Jr., the Trump-appointed interim U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia, sent a letter to at least one medical journal, CHEST, saying, quote, that more and more journals and publications like Chest Journal are conceding that they are partisans in various scientific debates, end quote. The letter asked the journal to respond to 5 questions on topics such as how it handles misinformation and different viewpoints. This is an obvious ruse to strike fear into journals and impinge on their right to independent editorial oversight. The Lancet stands with Chest and the other medical journals that are being intimidated by the Trump administration, and we stand with them. The harassment of journals comes amid wider radical dismantling of the USA's scientific infrastructure. The U.S. Office of Management and Budget's response to the Department of Health and Human Services draft budget for fiscal year 2026 was leaked on April 18th. The Food and Drug Administration's request for fiscal year 2026 is $2.9 billion, down from $3.6 billion in 2024. Of concern to all of us, food inspection could shift to the states, weakening federal oversight and coordination. The National Institutes of Health and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention are subject to large cuts, totaling $84 billion. Meanwhile, Robert F. Kennedy's new administration for a Healthy America, with a proposed budget of $20 billion, aims to have, quote, an initial focus on childhood chronic diseases, end quote. But you guys remember all those grants I just read about that are being cut on childhood chronic diseases. Kennedy has been clear that his primary interest is on finding a cause for autism, which he previously claimed as recently as 2023 was due to vaccines, and in his first press conference said was, quote, due to environmental toxins, end quote, a misguided agenda at the taxpayer's expense. HHS aims to cut the NIH budget from $47 billion to $27 billion. 27 institutes and centers are to be consolidated down to 8, and while the National Institute for Allergy and Infectious Diseases and the National Cancer Institute stay, hundreds of NIH grants are frozen or canceled, harming universities, researchers, and study participants. The CDC budget could be slashed from $9.2 billion to $5.2 billion, a 44% reduction. Although the new proposal says the CDC will focus on emerging and infectious disease surveillance, outbreak investigations, preparedness and response, and maintaining the nation's infrastructure, the budget eliminates the Global Health Center, which oversees the CDC's global health mission, including the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS relief, the President's Malaria Initiative, global polio eradication, and outbreaks. How will the CDC maintain its leadership in global health? Other cuts target programs on health disparities, HIV prevention, lead toxicity, infant morbidity and mortality, and maternal health surveillance, LGBTQ plus people, teenage pregnancy prevention, homelessness prevention, and early child mental health, among others. Grants for rural health clinics and hospitals, already inadequate, are also to be cut. A misinformed narrative is being used at HHS to attempt to trick the public into thinking that these cuts are about improving Americans' health. Yet one of the intents of authoritarian governments is to destroy independent science at government institutions and to silence academia. Science becomes a tool of the state-sponsored propaganda. Kennedy's actions at HHS are merely one piece in President Trump's overall plans to remake the global order, which threatens the USA's role as the leader in science and global health. Peter Marks, the former head of the FDA Center for Biologics Evaluation and Research, said in his March 28th resignation letter that, quote, it has become clear that truth and transparency are not desired by the secretary, but rather he wishes subservient confirmation of his misinformation and lies, end quote. Call for Kennedy's resignation are growing. The executive director of the American Public Health Association, Georges Benjamin, called for Kennedy's resignation or removal on April 9th. The Treatment Action Group and Doctors for America have also called for him to go. Given Kennedy's support for the gutting of the NIH, CDC, and FDA, alongside his espousal of unscientific treatments and theories, the Lancet joins Benjamin's call for Kennedy's resignation. Medical journals should not expect to be spared by the Trump administration's attack on science, nor should health institutions such as the NIH, the CDC, or academic medical centers. Science and medicine in the USA are being violently dismembered while the world watches. While the risks to civil servants and academics' livelihoods are real and understandably frightening, bullies are only emboldened by acquiescence or indifference. Ready? And now we're getting ready for our next speaker.
Good morning, everyone. I'm an assistant professor at the Mailman School of Public Health, and I'm going to speak today about the work that was terminated. On the evening of March 10th, around 9:30 p.m., I received notice from the EVP at Columbia that my Spectrum grant was one of the grants terminated by the federal registration as part of the wider termination of over 400 grants at Columbia. I wanted to share what this loss means to me. At the same time, I have not lost all hope, and I know that we will find a way to do this work again. My grant was called Spectrum, Studying Pride to Enhance Cancer Screening Among Transgender Users of Gender-Affirming Hormone Therapy. I was inspired to begin this work by one of my really close mom friends who had breast cancer as a young woman and has a transgender daughter. She wanted to know what her daughter's cancer risk looks like. Spectrum would have updated our understanding of how hormone use and cancer risk interact. Evidence that has not been updated since the Women's Health Initiative trial was terminated in 2002. It would have provided long-needed molecular evidence to inform our current screening guidelines, which ultimately would have led to earlier detection of cancer for all people. It recognized that all people, all sexes, all genders take hormones for different reasons, and these are all gender affirming. This includes cisgender women who take hormones for contraception, for menopausal symptoms. It includes non-binary people who microdose. It includes transgender folks who take higher doses to achieve secondary characteristics. And it includes cisgender men who take testosterone for things like low T. All genders use gender-affirming hormones. There has been a long history. Since the 1900s, we first isolated human growth hormone and we gave it to children. That was soon followed by the isolation of testosterone, which cisgender men took. William Yates was known to alter his body to save his testosterone to ensure what he thought gave him vitality and youth. Gender-affirming hormone therapy is not new, and it is not only used by transgender people. The fact that grants are being targeted for promoting something that they're calling gender ideology under this false claim that they're defending women, this undermines women's rights, it undermines transgender rights, LGBTQ+ rights, and human rights. What is particularly devastating to me is that this termination terminates 50 years of scientific progress, of understanding the hormonal causes of cancer. This grant, my grant on hormones cancer, was not only the culmination of my own work that I've been working on for 17 years, but it was a continuation of my mentors' work that they started when it was a continuation of my mentor's work. And so that I first met them when I was working at the National Cancer Institute. So Bob Hoover's research started in the 1970s when the first synthetic estrogens were linked to cancer. He published the link between hormonal replacement therapy used by menopausal women and breast cancer. And then he and Rebecca Troisi then spent their careers following up families exposed to another synthetic estrogen called DES. This was the drug that was given to people during pregnancy in the 1970s and was later associated with a rare vaginal cancer in the daughters born to the people taking DES. Bob and Rebecca took me, at the time, an epidemiology naive anthropologist, under their wing because I was interested in these androgen hormones, which we call male hormones. And most people ignore these in breast cancer because they dismiss it as a male hormone. My foundations in epidemiology and hormones and my foundations in how to be kind came from them. When I left NCI about 10 years ago, the hormone branch was restructured into the metabolics branch. And so I am one of the few researchers left to carry the torch for the hormonal etiology of breast cancer. Some think the story of hormones and breast cancer is over, but Spectrum re-energized that 50-year-old question. Examining hormones across the gender spectrum was a way to expand what had been done before, but then shed new insights and would have directly informed cancer screening guidelines for all. We would have helped to understand what hormones in the presence and absence of organs what hormones may increase or decrease cancer. So through a training grant that was also terminated, I was preparing future researchers to keep the torch burning. My mentee's face lit up when I described Spectrum to them, and they asked, "Can I work on that?" before I had the chance to even say that this is what I wanted them to work on. They tell me after working on Spectrum last summer, this is out. Hello?
Yep, you just said it.
Okay. They tell me that after working on Spectrum last summer, okay. So after they worked on this project, they say that their passion was needed in public health. Seeing that excitement in them was contagious and is my motivation to keep this work going, just in even more creative ways. This termination does not take away my passion, nor my drive to find these much needed answers. But what is worst of all is the step backwards these attacks force us to take for the fight for transgender and LGBT rights. The burden of cancer has been invisible for sexual and gender minorities for decades. In 1971, the US government declared the war on cancer, commencing population-based cancer surveillance. Tracking the incidence, treatment, and survival by population groups allowed researchers like me and others and policymakers to identify disparities in cancer burden. Since then, NIH policies have demanded the inclusion of certain underrepresented groups in cancer surveillance. So in 1986, there was an influential report on women's health, and then this led to the later NIH policy, that women and racial and ethnic minorities needed to be included and considered in research. That didn't happen until 1993. It wasn't until 2016 that biological sex then also became an NIH policy that we needed to consider it in all NIH funding. Yet, despite these policy changes, gender identity and sexual orientation remains untracked within NCI reporting systems. This leads to the erasure of sexual gender populations from cancer registries, statistics, and these are the gold standard for evidence of cancer trends, outcomes, and importantly, for monitoring inequities. By the end of 2024, thanks to much effort by my colleagues in the Sexual Gender Minority Cancer Care Network, we were making amazing progress in getting SOGI data collected. And then 2025 happened. And these efforts have been terminated, targeted, and erased. This erasure permeates multiple aspects of cancer research. It leads to gaps in cancer prevention with regard to surveillance, etiology, screening, and treatment for all people. This is simply devastating, and the reasons for doing so are simply wrong. I want to just end with a few clear facts. We all have gender. All genders use hormones. All genders get cancer. And we need gender inclusive research. Yes. Should I read the poem too? Do you want to go? I also wanted to read a poem that Sharon Schwartz read when I took Epi2 with her. She was here earlier this morning. And this poem has stuck with me, and it really resonates with me today. It's called Apolitical Intellectuals by Otto Rene Castillo. One day, the apolitical intellectuals in my country will be interrogated by the simplest of our people. They will be asked what they did when their nation died out slowly, like a sweet fire, small and alone. No one will ask them about their dress, their long siestas after lunch. No one will want to know about their sterile combats with the idea of nothing. No one will care about their higher financial learning. They won't be questioned on Greek mythology or regarding their self-disgust when someone within them begins to die the coward's death. They'll be asked nothing about their absurd justifications, born in the shadow of the total lie. On that day, the simple men will come. Those who had, I don't smoke. on that, it's not working. On that day, the simple men will come. Those who had no place in the books and poems of the apolitical intellectuals, but daily delivered their bread and milk, their tortillas and eggs. Those who drove their cars, who cared for their dogs and gardens, and worked for them. And they'll ask, what did you do when the poor suffered, when tenderness and life burned out of them? Apolitical intellectuals of my sweet country, you will not be able to answer. A vulture of silence will eat your gut. Your own misery will pick at your soul, and you will be mute in your shame. Wow. Woo!
Okay, so we started a little early, so you're now in filler mode. No, so we want to point out again that this is a critical moment in history, and we are not alone in this fight. So I'm going to read the recent statement from the American Public Health Association, which includes statements from scientists and public health practitioners all across the country. And again, we are calling on our administration to join us in this fight at this critical moment. So this was their press release. Researchers challenge NIH's politically driven grant cancellations. Today, researchers, along with the American Public Health Association, APHA, the International Union, United Automobile, Aerospace, and Agricultural Implement Workers of America, and EBIS Reproductive Health, filed a lawsuit challenging the abrupt cancellation of research grants by the National Institutes of Health, the world's largest public funder of biomedical research. The grants were canceled after NIH staff were directed to eliminate research on disfavored topics and populations. A disfavored population without clear guidance or justification, jeopardizing critical medical discoveries that drive advancements in diagnosing, preventing and treating life-threatening diseases. In February, the NIH began a reckless purge of federal grants, halting application processes midstream and stripping funding opportunities from its website. Hundreds of research projects, many of which have been underway for years, representing thousands of hours of work and billions of dollars in investment, were abruptly canceled without a scientifically valid reason. Explanation. Quote, ending these NIH grants wastes taxpayer money and years of hard work to answer the world's most pressing biomedical questions. This is an attack on scientific progress, thank you, itself, said plaintiff Dr. Brittany Charleston, associate professor at Harvard Chan School of Public Health. Important discoveries and treatments will be delayed, putting lives at risk. Health issues in one community affect everyone, so this concerns us all. NIH has attempted to justify the first wave of its sweeping grant cancellations by vaguely citing connections to, quote, gender identity, end quote, or, quote, diversity, equity, and inclusion, end quote, without defining these terms or explaining how they apply to the terminated research. As a result, critical studies addressing urgent health disparities designed to develop prioritized strategies for populations at the highest risk of disease have been indiscriminately wiped out. This eradication of research has expanded to include research on, quote, vaccine hesitancy, COVID, and any research being conducted or involving labs located in South Africa and China, end quote. New quote. The NIH's efforts to shut down research that so much as references LGBTQ plus people or racial minorities is a direct attack on public health. By censoring studies that include these populations, they are also undermining critical research on cancer, HIV, and Alzheimer's, diseases that affect us all, end quote. Said Olga Axelrod, Senior Counsel of the ACLU Racial Justice Program. Quote, NIH's actions are patently illegal and contrary to federal statutes, regulations, and the US Constitution, end quote. This unprecedented purge marks a sharp departure from the NIH's long-standing approach, in which funding decisions have been guided by congressional mandates, regulatory requirements, and scientific expertise like you've heard here today. NIH grants are among the most competitive and rigorously vetted research funding opportunities in the world, undergoing multiple layers of expert review. Most applications submitted are rejected, and until now, terminations have been exceedingly rare. Training grants, some of which are designed to facilitate the entry of researchers from historically underrepresented groups into the biomedical field, as mandated by Congress, are also being canceled, jeopardizing opportunities for the best and brightest of the next generation of scientists, particularly harming racial and ethnic minorities, women, people from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, and those from rural communities. Quote, to exclude from consideration in human medicine the health outcome disparities between one ethnicity or the other, or one sexual orientation or the other, is to strike at the heart of the scientific enterprise, end quote, said plaintiff Dr. Peter G. Lurie, president of the Center for Science in the Public Interest. Lurie was a consultant on an NIH-funded grant studying the impact of access to preventative HIV drugs that NIH terminated because, according to NIH, it, quote, no longer effectuates agency priorities, end quote. The grant materials mention the impact of such drugs on transgender women. To tell, thank you, physicians, clinicians, and researchers what they must not study is to tell them what questions not to ask, what answers not to find, and which patients not to help. This will have devastating consequences for those relying on government progress on HIV, Alzheimer's, diabetes, or other public health challenges if not reversed by the court, Lori added. The researchers, along with APHA, which has 23,000 public health professional members, UAW, a union of 120,000 workers, including graduate students, postdocs, researchers, and faculty in higher education, and EBIS Reproductive Health, a global research organization, are represented by the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU of Massachusetts, Protect Democracy, and the Center for Science in the Public Interest. Their complaint was filed in the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts against the NIH Director Jay Bhattacharya, the Department of Health and Human Services, and HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Quote, apart from being illegal, the government's actions are a cynical attempt to corrupt science and threaten democracy itself, end quote, said Shalini Argowal, special counsel at Protect Democracy, a nonpartisan anti-authoritarian group. By excluding entire topics and demographics, even from scientific study, the NIH divides and polarizes communities, undermines our shared sense of reality, and demonizes marginalized groups. Challenging these actions is vital for science, for equality, and for democracy. Quote, Massachusetts is home to a robust research ecosystem. I would say New York is also home to a robust research ecosystem. Every day, research institutions advance critical medical discoveries, help improve health outcomes, and can ultimately save lives, end quote, said Jesse Rossman, legal director of the ACLU of Massachusetts. Quote, canceling grants solely due to political ideology has severe public health consequences and violates the law, end quote. The rest of it is just about the lawsuit. So we have 4 minutes left. And so in these last 4 minutes, we'll keep going. I hope what you've gotten from our talks today is one little slice. There are 25 hours focusing on lots of issues. And we focused a little bit on funding and our international scholars that are clearly affecting us up at the medical campus. But we hope that you've seen this and are hearing this and continue to work with us and alongside us. Does anyone else want to add anything? Oh, that's an excellent way. So we're going to end the way we started, thank you, Sarah, by reading our demands. We want our administration to stand up for higher education, fight back against the federal attacks, protect and defend students and our international scholars, preserve academic freedom, freedom of expression, and Columbia University's autonomy to govern these. Reestablish and affirm our tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And last, protect our researchers who have worked so hard to get these grants. That's not just faculty, that is trainees, that is staff, that is almost everyone at the medical center that is reliant on this funding that has been illegally taken away. We call on the university to provide backup funding. Thank you. And so we're still going to talk just to fill the space. Oh, here you go.
And we have a new call to action after Claire Shipman's email about the Senate and attacking the Senate, that we also want a call to action to be to preserve the Columbia University's representative Senate. It is very representative, including faculty, staff, and students. And there are many of us who think it's doing a terrific job to stand up to the Board of Trustees. And I'm Melanie Wall from CUIMC Stands Up, not just somebody walking by.
That would have been awesome if you were just someone walking by.
All right. Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning. We are 23 hours into our 25-hour Speak Out. I'm trying to be a millennial and Instagram live while we're doing this. Y'all know I'm too old for that, but here we go. All right. So We are so thrilled to welcome this next group. We should all be so honored to be here in support of them. This is one of our primary demands in ensuring that this group has all of their abilities, their rights, their affordances for them. And so we are here to support them for sure. Let's turn it over to MISAS, the Middle Eastern, South South African, help, South Asian and African Studies. My apologies all. Okay, welcome. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much to the organizers for putting together this amazing event. And thank you to everyone who's contributed all through the night. It's bringing schools and departments together in a way that's absolutely essential at this moment. I'm taking over the hour reserved for MISAS, which is a department that has come under attack both from the national administration and the university. In the March letter, the administration asked to, quote, begin the process of placing the Middle East, South Asian, African Studies Department under academic receivership for a minimum of 5 years. And it required, quote, that the university provide a full plan with date certain deliveries by the deadline. In fact, in February 2025, faculty members of these universities had already signed a letter making similar demands, asking for the removal of colleagues in MISAS. In response to the Trump administration's unprecedented demand that Columbia place the department under receivership for a minimum of 5 years, the university did not publicly reject the premise.
Shame! Shame!
Instead, it appointed Professor McIll, Dean of Social Science, as a new senior provost for academic initiatives with a mandate to begin, quote, a comprehensive review of regional studies programs, starting specifically with the Middle East. This review includes MISAS, the Center for Palestine Studies, the Middle East Institute, and other affiliated programs. Though not described by the administration as receivership, this structural move parallels it in scope and consequence, bypassing normal academic procedures and raising deep concerns about autonomy, targeted scrutiny, and external influence on curriculum and hiring. The university framed this as an internal initiative, yet its timing and content align closely with federal demands, suggesting not resistance, but accommodation. So we're out here today to speak up against this, and I first want to introduce Sheldon Pollock, an emeritus professor of South Asian Studies in our department, to speak.
Thanks for organizing this. I'm happy to stand up. What do I have to do? Okay.
Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you.
And let me see if I can use this properly. What's the right way to do? Do I have to press something? Is this working now? Okay, great. My name is Sheldon Pollock. I am a retired professor from the Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African Studies program at Columbia, and I am a former chairman of the department. When the infamous letter from the gang of reprobates that run the country right now was sent to the trustees of our university, like all of you, I was absolutely shocked at this extraordinary overreach and intervention in the academic affairs of our university. So what do we do when we're overreached as professors? We sit down and write a piece of paper. We sit down and write an op-ed, and that's what I did. I believe it was within a couple of days of the receipt of the letter by the trustees and a few days in advance of their response to that letter. So let me read this. I haven't looked at it since I published it in The Guardian on 19th of March. I don't know how it will hold up, but it was my thought thoughts at the time in a kind of purple rage at what American universities were being asked to do. The title of the op-ed is "The U.S. Government Has Sent Columbia University a Ransom Note." On 15 March, Columbia University received what can only be described as the most dangerous letter in the history of higher education in America. The sender was the United States government. Like a ransom note, the government letter insists that Columbia comply with a list of Trump administration demands in order to even have a chance of recovering the $400 million in federal funding for scientific research that the government canceled on March 7th. Oddly, one of the specific targets identified in the letter was Columbia's Department of Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African Studies, MESAS, a small humanities department devoted to studying the languages, cultures, and history of those regions. The government demanded that MESAS be put into receivership, basically be taken over by the university as a precondition for further negotiations. The battle against the authoritarianism taking hold in Washington now appears to turn, in part, on the fate of MESAS. Why MESAS? The Trump campaign to destroy the independence of American higher education began when an obscure federal agency, the General Services Administration, which none of us had ever heard of before, in collaboration with the Departments of Health and Human Services and Education, coordinated the extraordinary move to rescind $400 million in federal funding for scientific research at Columbia, since Columbia, and here's a quote, has fundamentally failed to protect American students and faculty from anti-Semitic violence and harassment. After threatening some 60 other universities with the same fate on 13 March, the government sent their ransom note to Columbia alone. Their conditions to be met within 7 days, and not in return for the release of the funds, but merely as preconditions. Further demands would then be presented for formal negotiation, which would not be an actual negotiation because the GSA would continue to hold back the university's money like a mobster. The preconditions concern mainly the policing of student protest on campus. Their imposition likely violates both federal law and the US Constitution. And Columbia law faculty, before the decision of the trustees, made this illegality absolutely clear. But in a startling and equally unlawful move, the government took another hostage in its letter, MESAS. For a period of 5 years, Columbia must place the department in academic receivership. The university was given the same 7-day ultimatum by which to specify a full plan with dates, certain deliverables for enforcing the receivership. This is an unparalleled attempt to seize control over people and ideas in a US university. Universities do find it necessary sometimes to place an academic department in receivership, typically when the department's self-governance breaks down. Normally, the administration will appoint as chair a member of another department for 1 academic year. MESAS's current self-governance is outstanding, and there have been no problems in all the years that I chaired the department. For the United States government itself to intervene directly in faculty governance, specifically the extraordinary 5-year period and with deliverables on whose performance the future funding of the entire university might depend, is without precedent in the history of higher education in the United States. Why has the government chosen to single out this department? The answer is clear, because its faculty have not voiced steadfast support for the State of Israel in their scholarship. The US government stands alone in the world in its unwavering ideological and financial support for the violence of the State of Israel against the people of Palestine. Most recently, it has provided the consent, the justification, and the arms for Israel's destruction of Gaza. Just this week, the destruction, this is 17 March, just this week, the destruction was relaunched to condemnation from around the world, but not from Washington, which alone gave its support. In contrast, academic research by prominent scholars in the field of Middle Eastern studies, including those in Mesas, has reflected deeply on the complexity of the situation and has long since questioned the versions of history and racial ideals fueling Israel's actions. Mesas professors ask hard but entirely legitimate questions about Israel, and our government wants to ban that.
Shame.
The Mesas department has played no role in organizing student protests for Gaza, but Washington has decided that in addition to dictating how a university should govern political protest, it should now control how the university governs academic research, intensifying a broad attack on research on the Middle East across US universities. With its demands to essentially seize control of Mesas, the federal government is undermining two fundamental principles of the American university: the right of academic departments to self-government and the freedom of members of the faculty to express their views without fear, both as authorities in their fields of inquiry and as private individuals. Columbia is required to decide by Tuesday, March 20th, how to respond to this ransom note, with the government threatening to cut off two of the university's fingers: academic freedom and faculty governance. If the Columbia administration capitulates, it will mark the beginning of its own destruction and that of the American university as such, precisely what the American Heritage Foundation, which supplied the template for the note, has called for. The courts have so far paused more than 40 of the administration's initiatives, though it remains unclear if the mob boss will obey. It's clear that he does not. So long as we do have a functional judicial system, however, Columbia's answer to Trump can only be, see you in court.
Yes.
So that was a month ago, and a month is a long time. And we thought that the craven trustees of this university could not bring more shame upon themselves after their testimony before the US Congress. Now we see that they have covered themselves in shame. Thank you for being here, and thank you for organizing this. I thought that was an insect.
I will now pass the microphone to our colleague Timothy McIll, who is a professor of Middle Eastern history in the Mises department.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, everyone who's here, who's watching. And thank you to my colleague, Sheldon Pollock, former chair of the department. And I was privileged to follow Shelley Pollock as another chair of the Mises department. And I want to take this opportunity to tell you a little bit more about Mises and why, first of all, it was the target of the Trump administration's attack. Shelley has already addressed that. But I also want to talk about something else, which is that as the university trustees, one by one, gave in to the demands of the Trump administration, there was one final demand where they wavered. And that final demand was the demand that they put MISAS in receivership for 5 years. They've tried to fudge it.
Yes, they have.
They've appointed a senior vice provost, and the senior vice provost has been given a somewhat vague mandate to look into things to do with regional programs and to do with MISAS. But when the demand from Washington was to put MISAS in receivership, they wavered and they failed, and they will fail. And I want to explain why that will fail. That will fail because MISAS is one of the absolutely top departments at the university and in its field in the American Academy. That's not just my view, not just the view of those in the department. The department actually just went under an external review. This happens every 5 to 10 years. The review was outstanding, and it confirmed our own evaluation of our position as one of the leading departments in its field in the North American Academy. That's not only our view and the view of this external review. If you like other kinds of measures, you can go and look at the rankings on Google Scholar. Not necessarily something we go by, but you would find that among all the academics in the humanities who are listed on Google Scholar, the top 2 are both MISAS professors, and they are just 2 among an extraordinary group of faculty. You would find them listed among those who win the very top university prizes, the Presidential Award for Outstanding Teaching, awards for mentoring, awards for graduate student teaching. We have among, if not the very best records, certainly for the size of the department, for the win of those awards from the president on downwards. You would also find a similar evaluation from the department from another source, our own students, not only in their evaluations of professors in the department, but in the sheer number who take our courses. We teach courses. We're a tiny department, a dozen, 15 tenure-line faculty, and yet we teach hundreds and hundreds of students every year. Every semester, one or more of our courses ranks as the or one of the top courses in the humanities in Columbia and sometimes across the university, across the arts and sciences, in terms of simple numbers enrolled. We have courses on the seemingly obscure topics we teach that enroll 100, 150, 200 students. And we're not a big major like economics or political science or computer science. We're a tiny major, and yet students flock to take our courses. This is MISAS. Why? What accounts for this success of this academic department? What has positioned it as one among many of the really outstanding departments at Columbia? I think there are a number of factors. The sheer quality of the scholars who teach in it is one that I've already mentioned. You were privileged to hear from my predecessor, Sheldon Pollock. Sheldon Pollock, a modest man, is not only a former chair of the department, he is the world's outstanding scholar of Sanskrit literature, philosophy, and the South Indian intellect, the Indian South Asian intellectual tradition. Absolutely unparalleled in his field. Standing next to me, Elaine Van Dalen is a scholar of Islamic science, of that great field in which forms of scientific knowledge were developed in medieval Baghdad and other cities, spread from there and handed on eventually to help create the world of the Renaissance and much more. These are the kinds of outstanding people we have in the department. And I even see one or two of our outstanding graduates as well, but I won't embarrass them by talking about the brilliant research they do, the amazing record we have of them going on to get the top jobs in the academy around the world and around North America. Our students go on to jobs at Stanford, at Princeton, at Yale, at Harvard, at all major universities in the United States, in London, in elsewhere. So how have we achieved this? What makes us different? Let me mention a couple of things. First, we are not a Middle East Studies department, and we are deliberately not. We are MISAS, the Department of Middle East, South Asian, and African Studies. And that is not just an accident of university administration of throwing three programs together. That was a deliberate move by the university more than a dozen years ago to create, and it has roots going back to the founding of the university more than 100 years ago, the founding of the modern academic university. But the creation of this particular format of three regions in one department, which goes back 12 or 15 years, represented a unique vision of how to study the East in the context of two other major world regions, and to break away from the idea that the Middle East, South Asia, and Africa are separate, self-contained areas or regions, the way they are seen, and they have been seen largely from the perspective of American foreign policy and American security concerns, those concerns that shaped much of the teaching of the Middle East and the other two regions in the years after the Second World War. Those artificial divisions between regions were what this department was established to put in question, to overcome, and to move across. And we study those three regions in their historical connections and interactions, both as in terms of centuries of intellectual tradition and exchange, and in terms of modern forms of interaction politically, intellectually, and in other ways. So that makes us different. The other thing that makes us different is that what defines us, again, in contrast to the kinds of Middle East area studies programs, the kinds of programs you might find in certain other schools at Columbia, which is that our aim is not to learn simply about other places. It's to learn from them. It's a question of what can be learned from a deep, extended knowledge of the cultural traditions, the religious forms, the literature, the poetry, the politics, the political ideas of most of the world. And we do that by not only being trans-regional, bringing these three regions together in one department, but by also being transdisciplinary. We're not simply scholars of literature or language. We take literature and language very seriously. Every one of the professors in our department works in at least one of the languages of those three regions, and many work in 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 of those languages. So we take language, literature, text seriously, but we are at the same time much broader than that. We study not only those kinds of literary and intellectual traditions, but the broader worlds of intellectual life, religious life, political argument, and debate that animate those worlds. And that we do whether through the study of the Sanskrit philosophical tradition, through the study of the great world of Islamic science, through the study of forms of poetry, but also of politics, of patterns of trade, of patterns of historical interaction that define those regions. So, approaching our three regions that way, we can do something quite distinctive. First of all, we can teach our students and learn ourselves about other ways of life, other modes of thought, other forms of value, other moral systems formed over centuries in interaction with one another, and also certainly over the last 4 or 5 centuries in interaction with the West and its own moral claims and political ideas, and understand the tension and the interaction between that variety of moral and intellectual worlds. We can also study something else, which is that those three regions of the world, in quite a unique way, suffered over different periods a common experience of European expansion and colonialism. They were not unique in being colonized by Europeans. That was the fate, of course, of the Americas as well. But they were unique in the extent to which they resisted it. Already being highly developed areas of culture, political life, trade, they were able from the beginning to organize forms of resistance, the intellectual forms, the military forms, the political forms, over those centuries of European expansion and domination. And that links together the three regions that we study in quite a distinctive way. It was in those regions that the great movements of anti-colonial political thought, social movement, political organization emerged from the beginning, but distinctively from the late 19th and into the early 20th century. Notably, after the horrors of the First World War, which killed a much greater proportion of the population in the Middle East than those horrors did in Europe, which is thought of as the center of that war. At the end of that war, when the imperial powers tried to set up a new imperial order under the name of the League of Nations, they built an architecture for the League in which those countries of the Middle East in particular, but also of Africa, that had suffered so enormously, would not be recognized as members of that League of Nations. Not Iraq, not Syria, not Lebanon, not Palestine, not even Iran or Egypt. They resisted, the people of those countries, and they rejected from the beginning the principle that the kind of imperial order that had broken down in the First World War should be rebuilt, which was precisely the attempt of those who gathered at the peace conference in Paris in 1919. This was before Woodrow Wilson had discovered the principle of self-determination, an idea that he was learning from the people of the Arab world and elsewhere who demanded to represent themselves at the peace conference and were denied that right. The struggle against that denial continued. It continued through the interwar decades, and of course, in the case of Palestine, it continues today. The story repeated itself after the Second World War, when once again there was an attempt to recreate a global international order based on principles of empire and imperialism, led now not by the old imperial powers, Britain and France, but by the United States. And the United States was checked, not completely, but what emerged after the Second World War, over the following decade specifically, was renewed movements of anti-colonial struggle, of independence in South Asia, in the parts of the Middle East that had not acquired independence, and above all, in Africa. And the leaders of those political movements against US empire, against imperialism, helped to formulate a new language of international politics, which gradually the United States was forced to adopt, or at least pay lip service to. A language that was built upon principles of equality of all peoples in the world, principles of anti-imperialism, principles of the illegality of the use of war except as a last resort in self-defense, principles of anti-racism, and principles of anti-apartheid and other movements against contemporary forms of racism. I think one of the ways we can understand the political moment today that we're dealing with the Trump administration is in terms of the repeated efforts by the United States to fight against the kind of international order, and in particular the kind of international legal order, the respect for human rights, for the rights of people, that it was forced to assent to after the Second World War, but has then continually looked for opportunities to turn back and to destroy. And if you think of the three big occasions on which faculty like ourselves have stood in the old days on the steps inside Columbia, today outside the gates of Columbia. And I'm thinking of 1968. I'm thinking of 2001, 2003, the Iraq War protests. And I'm thinking of the last 2 years of the Gaza protests. They have all had something in common, which is what is being protested, apart from a particular site of violence and war. What is being protested is the attempt by the United States to overthrow that system of international law, international human rights, international political rights, whether through its illegal war against Vietnam in the 1960s and early 1970s, which of course was the center of the protests here on this campus, in which Columbia played such a leading role in 1968. In 2001, as the US launched its war against Afghanistan, and then 2 years later against Iraq, that was the next major occasion of large-scale anti-war protests on the Columbia campus. We were one of many universities then that was a center of such protest. But again, it was an attempt it was a protest against not just a decision unilaterally and on flimsy pretexts to launch a war in violation of all the principles of the international order. It was an attempt by those who had come to power in 2000 with the new Bush administration and have come to power in Israel with the election of Netanyahu in 1995 and then of Sharon in the year 2000, collectively and working together, not just to launch illegal wars, but to launch a war against the kind of global order, the kind of principles of rights, of justice, of international law that had been built thanks to the demands of, let's call them the Misas peoples, for a more principled, a more just, a more legal world order. And here we are, 25 years after the previous protests, with another round of protest. Yes, concerned with Gaza, the horror and the bloodshed unfolding there, but also now increasingly since the election of Trump, by this renewed attempt to destroy the principles of the international order, the principles of justice, the principles of fairness, the principles of a common future, in which people from throughout the world of Misas have struggled to build over the last generations. Thank you.
Misas, woo woo!
Thank you, Tim. What's at stake here is not just the independence of a single department. It is the principle that academic programs, especially those addressing politically sensitive regions, must not be subjected to external ideological control. When a university accepts intrusive reviews of curriculum and hiring in response to political pressure, it sets a precedent that no field is safe. If MISAS can be subjected to exceptional oversight because its scholarship challenges dominant narratives, so too can programs in history, law, or public health. Meanwhile, the Middle East Institute has also been affected by the cuts, as both its Title VI grants have been cancelled by the Department of Education last month. So this institute is separate from the Mises department, but a lot of our faculty are affiliated with it. When the department decided to cut these grants, it provided the following rationale, and I quote, "It is a priority of the Department of Education to eliminate discrimination in all forms of education throughout the United States. The acting Secretary of Education has determined that, per the department's obligation to the constitutional and statutory law of the United States, this priority includes ensuring that the department's grants do not support programs or organizations that promote or take part in initiatives that unlawfully discriminate on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, or another protected characteristic." I mean, that in itself doesn't sound too bad. The problem is that the department then decided that multiple institutes and programs at this university engaged in this type of discrimination, which isn't the case. I'm quoting someone involved with the institute who said, quote, "As you know, Columbia has been singled out by the Trump administration, and the rationale given in the termination letters without any actual evidence is on nebulous charges of discrimination and newly implemented federal priorities," end quote. In the short term, these are the consequences. The institute cannot run a competition for FLAS funding for the summer of 2025 or the academic year 25-26. This will impact the ability to attract qualified students in the MA programs, since this funding has been crucial in funding a number of our students every year. This also affects students who would come study at MISAS. Two, whenever feasible, it was forced the institute to stop funding events such as workshops, Islamic history workshops, literature colloquiums, book talks, and other events. Finally, it will affect the salaries of the staff affiliated with the institute. These are not small administrative adjustments. The termination of Title VI funding and FLAS fellowships strikes directly at the heart of Columbia's educational mission, especially in areas where specialized training, critical language instruction, and nuanced regional knowledge are indispensable. Students who came here to pursue Islamic studies, history, or Arabic literature will now face diminished resources, fewer opportunities, and greater financial strain. Events that once sustained intellectual life across departments, including workshops on Islamic law, classical adab, and critical book discussions, are being cancelled. I will now read the testimonial of a junior faculty colleague who is on sabbatical and not in the city. So from now on, I am speaking her words and not my own. Thank you to the organizers of this important event, and thank you to Elena for kindly reading my testimony. Oh, welcome. My name is Isabel Alonso. I just want to say a couple of things. Mises has clearly been in the news a great deal. This is something that most of us never wanted or imagined. We are a group of professors dedicated to the study of Middle East, South Asia, and Africa, to the languages, literature, and cultures of the region through a variety of interdisciplinary outlook, and I am very thankful to the department for this. I still have hope that administrators will continue to fight for the department's academic freedom, that they know that if we lose it this time, we would never be able to fully recover it, that they know that academic freedom is a fragile trust system, and that when broken, it is very difficult to recover. I have hope that administrators are aware of the magnitude of the moment that we are currently living. And that ends the words of Isabel Alonso. So I believe there was a student who wanted to speak. If they're here, I can give them the word. I don't think they're here. In that case, I have some time to take you on a small journey across time and space. Yes, and give you an example of some of our teaching in the department. So every year I teach a course called Asian Humanities. Maybe some of you have taken it in the past. It's a class where we read literary works from, in my case, South Asia and the West Asia, the Middle East, in translation. Actually, we read the Ramayana, which is a work translated by Sheldon Pollock in a really fascinating, nicely written translation. I think it's a wonderful epic. When I read it the first time, I was like on the edge of my seat. When some of my students read it for the first time, they were like, it's predictable. It's okay. I'm open to all sorts of perspectives in my classes, but I will take you through some of these texts. One particular figure my students often really like is called Hussein ibn Mansur al-Hallaj. He lived in end of 9th, early 10th century Baghdad, a period and place I focus on myself when I study the history of medicine. So Hallaj, he was very particular. He had this whole unique ideas about spirituality and religion, and those ideas went against the dominant religious views in the city at the time. So he would say it's all about loving God, it's about loving others. You don't need to really go on a pilgrimage to Mecca, which is an important command in the Quran. He says you can just do this spiritually around your own living room. And he even once said, I am the truth, because he was so fulfilled of maybe himself, maybe truth. But so this was not really a problem in itself. There were other people. There was a woman saying similar things called Rabia, but she did it alone in the desert. Hallaj did this in the middle of Baghdad, and so he gathered huge followers in the city squares. And what happened is that he got jailed. Right, he was sent to prison. He was there for 9 years, and in the end, they killed him. Now, this is not merely a tale of martyrdom. It is a stark reminder that power fears thought, especially thought that cannot be controlled, tamed, or silenced. My students are very impressed that this man stood up for his own beliefs. They don't identify with his thought and his beliefs. They identify that this was a man who thought in an original way. Even though he was jailed for it, he still continued to preach these ideas. I want to jump a little bit ahead in time now, where we're still staying in Baghdad. Never yet been there myself, but it's an amazing city. At least wonderful things have happened there throughout time. And I want to go to Al-Ghazali. And Al-Ghazali, like many of you, was a professor. And he taught at a very prestigious institution in Baghdad. But he got an epistemic crisis. I don't know if any of you have gone through that before, but he was really uncertain about his own ideas, and he got sick of the institution he was teaching. I don't think it was because of his students, but he did give up, and he went to question everything he was once taught. And he said it's important to critically question our ideas. Everyone around me believes what their parents have taught them. Muslims will believe what their parents, also Muslims, taught them. Christians believe what their Christian parents taught them. And Jews believe what their Jewish parents taught them. But how can I know for certain anything of this is real? So he had kind of a Descartesian moment right before Descartes. And he ultimately realized he could trust his senses and his mind, and then he realized I can also trust revelation and the Quran. So he went back to living a happy Muslim life. But he's an inspirational figure, right, who stood up for critical thinking, and critical thought at this university is under attack. And as a modern philosopher said, Deleuze, when he was discussing Spinoza, Jewish philosopher, which is fun to mention because I'm also Dutch. So Deleuze said, when thought can be oppressed, repression of everything else is possible too. So the stakes of what's going on at the moment are very, very high, right? There's not enough people at the speakout listening for how high the stakes are.
That's right. Come out.
Okay, how much time? There's a lot of great text. Also, I'm teaching this class in the fall if you want to join. So why don't I read you a little story from a Persian work this time, right? So we keep moving forward in time. We're now in the 13th century. If you know anything about Middle Eastern history, you know that around this time was a kind of violent time, because who came to conquer the Middle East and turned the river Tigris in Baghdad black of ink? The Mongols. Well, they say that this was all terrible, and I think parts of it were violent and terrible, except if I read works written in this time, they were all flourishing. So scholarship did continue, and luckily it did, because from this period, we have a Persian work called the Gulistan or Rose Garden, written by Sadi. And Sadi had his fair share of experience with tigers, and he wrote a story about this. And it starts like this. He says, one of the kings of Persia had stretched forth his tyrannical, dirty hand to the possessions of his subjects and had begun to oppress them so violently that in consequence of his fraudulent extortions, they dispersed in the world. And they chose exile on account of the affliction entailed by his violence. When the population had diminished, the prosperity of the country suffered, the treasury remained empty, and on every side enemies committed violence. Who desires succor in the day of calamity, say to him, be generous in times of prosperity. Be kind, because a stranger will come. Something I will skip. One day, the Shahnameh was read in his assembly, the subject being the ruin of the dominion of Zohak and the reign of Feridun. The vizier asked the king how it came to pass that Feridun, who possessed neither treasure nor land nor a retinue, established himself upon the throne. He replied, as you have heard, the population enthusiastically gathered around him and supported him so that he retained royalty. The vizier said, as the gathering around of the population is the cause of royalty, then why have you dispersed the population? Perhaps you have no desire for royalty? It is best to cherish the army as your life, because a sultan reigns by means of his troops. King asked, what is the reason for the gathering around of the troops and the population? He replied, quote, a Pacha must practice justice, that they gather around him, and clemency, that they may dwell in safety under the shadow of his government. But you possess neither of these qualities. A tyrannic man cannot be a sultan, as a wolf cannot be a shepherd. A Pacha who establishes oppression destroys the basis of the wall of his own reign. The king, displeased with the advice of his censorious vizier, sent him to prison. It's a bit like some people are doing nowadays in America, right? Shortly afterwards, the sons of the king's uncle rose in rebellion, desirous of recovering the kingdom of their father. The population, which had been reduced to the last extremity by the king's oppression and scattered, now assembled around them and supported them, till he lost control of the government and they took possession of it. A Pacha who allows his subject to be oppressed will in his day of calamity become a violent foe. Be at peace with subjects and sit safe from attacks of foes, because his subjects are the army of a just Shahanshah. One more quote from Sadi. The sons of Adam are limbs of each other, having been created of one essence. When the calamity of time afflicts one limb, the other limb cannot remain at rest. If you have no sympathies for the troubles of others, you are unworthy to be called by the name of man, of a human. Yeah. I have more. Okay. Okay. I will tell you a little bit of another philosopher called Al-Farabi. Did I turn off? Okay. Al-Farabi worked in the so-called, oh, that's better, but it's not, a peripatetic philosophical tradition. So he really liked Aristotle, and he really also a little bit liked Plato. He liked Aristotle more, basically. But he was inspired by Plato's Republic, which you may have read it, or yeah, you probably already read it in CC if you're in CC this year. So Al-Farabi also wrote about a virtuous city. He lived in the 10th century, by the way, so that's the same time as Al-Hallaj was being imprisoned. So Al-Farabi described the highest form of society as one devoted to the shared pursuit of truth and human fulfillment. The city, or you could perhaps think of a university, that fails to protect rational thought and instead adopts opinions out of fear or imitation, becomes what he called an ignorant city. Its rulers may believe themselves just, but they have severed themselves from the very conditions that make justice knowable. For Al-Farabi, the university would be one of the few places where philosophical inquiry could still be preserved, not as elitist detachment, but as the last defense against the erosion of wisdom. Now, since I veered into the domain of CC, I will just mention another writer from that class who is actually not from the Middle East or South Asia or African studies, but he's John Stuart Mill. Because why not? Okay. So I have also taught in the core curriculum, and I'm glad it's not been as much under attack yet, because it's a very important course. Mill defends freedom of opinion not only as a personal right, but as a necessity for the collective pursuit of truth. He warns that even a true opinion, if not challenged and defended, can become a mere prejudice. Because if no one challenges your thoughts, then you don't know in the end anymore why you're holding it. And you become like very weakened, intellectually weakened, right? It becomes more like a slogan. So he says, quote, "The peculiar evil of silencing the expression of an opinion is that it is robbing the human race. If the opinion is right, they are deprived of the opportunity of exchanging error for truth. If wrong, they lose what is almost as great a benefit, the clearer perception and livelier impression of truth produced by its collision with error," end quote. Now, this is not a romantic or naive idea. It is a hard-headed recognition that truth requires struggle. Opinions that are protected from challenge wither, become brittle, and lose their ability to guide action or understanding. Mill also famously defends eccentricity. In a passage particularly relevant to university, he writes that, quote, "The amount of eccentricity in a society has generally been proportional to the amount of genius, mental vigor, and moral courage which it contained," end quote. Societies that suppress eccentricity suppress originality. Without originality, there can be no creativity, no discovery, and no renewal. This can also not happen without fun, so the cuts need to be undone. In universities, eccentricities often means the willingness to explore unusual questions, to challenge prevailing assumptions, and to resist safe consensus. This kind of courage must not be only tolerated, but cultivated. Otherwise, universities risk becoming places of managed thought rather than living inquiry.
Going Mesas! Good job!
Okay, let's go back to the department. At Columbia, and particularly within the Department of Middle East, South Asian, and African Studies, where I work myself and others who spoke today also work, we are facing pressures that threaten the very principles we have been discussing. Pressures that seek to control what may be taught, who may teach, and how scholarship may be conducted. Mises has long been a site where complex questions are asked without fear. It has provided critical study of traditions, history, and societies that are often misunderstood or misrepresented. It has insisted that complexity, context, and critical engagement are necessary for understanding. It is precisely because of this seriousness that the department has come under attack. In the current climate, complexity itself is viewed with suspicion. Critical engagement is mischaracterized as bias. Scholarly independence is seen as a threat rather than a strength. The recent moves to place departments like Mises under greater external scrutiny, to impose balance according to political criteria, or to require certain conclusions in advance are profoundly dangerous. They are dangerous not because Mises is perfect, no department is, but because they signal a shift from the norms of academic freedom to the norms of political loyalty. They substitute external control for internal deliberation. They threaten to turn a university from a site of inquiry into a site of compliance. Universities must be governed by principles of academic freedom, not by the preferences of political actors or donor interests. Their legitimacy comes from their commitment to truth-seeking, not from their alignment with any particular faction. Some of the traditions I have explored with you today, such as Sadi, El-Halaj, even Mill, all converge on this point, that the health of a community depends on its ability to foster, protect, and cherish free thought.
Yes!
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. But one more thing, to abandon freedom of thought is to abandon the very idea of the university, and with that, the idea of being a free society. So for coming out, I'm going to pass on the microphone to the next hour, which is the Jewish community. The Jewish faculty group. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did you know we were at a milestone? It is 11 o'clock. We started yesterday at 12 o'clock. Yes, we did. That means we are going into our 24th hour of live program. Faculty, staff, students, alumni, and community members speaking for 24 hours straight in this hour. That's what's happening. And we are speaking about 6 demands for our Columbia Board of Trustees that I'm just going to read off before we bring our staff and alumni up to the front. We, the CU faculty and research community, are no longer able to endure the silence of our leadership in the face of open assault on our institution and community members. We call on the Board of Trustees to take the following steps. I'm going to say it and I need you to say it back. 1, stand up for our higher ed. Stand up for our higher ed. We call on the Board of Trustees and the President of Columbia University to formally propose and help establish a mutual academic defense compact among all members of the Association of American Universities. The request is rooted in the basic principles of defense of academic freedom, institutional integrity, and the research enterprise. Number 2, fight back against the federal attacks. Fight back against the federal attacks. We call on the board to deploy every legal means to challenge the federal government's termination or threatened termination of grants to Columbia, including cutting the indirect cost rate. Rather than engaging in anticipatory obedience with this federal government's political demands, we expect Columbia to aggressively defend our academic mission, including challenging federal actions taken against Columbia that violate values of free speech and academic freedom. Yeah. Number 3, protect and defend students and international scholars.
Protect and defend students and international scholars.
Got it. We call on the board to initiate and join existing legal actions against the federal government's egregious rights violations, including detention and attempted deportation by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, and visa cancellation by federal agencies. We call on the university to provide legal assistance to those affected, affirm the legal presumption of innocence, and condemn attacks on international students and scholars. Number 4, this is a long one, but I have faith in you. You are very smart individuals. Get ready for it. Preserve academic freedom, freedom of expression, and Columbia University's autonomy to govern these. Preserve academic freedom, freedom of expression, and Columbia University's autonomy to govern these. You all have A's. Congratulations. The commitment to these principles has been fundamental to, the success of American research universities being the best in the world. We call on the board to affirm that reviews of academic programs, personnel decisions about individual faculty, and student disciplinary cases will never be dictated by political pressures or threats to withhold funding. Number 5, reestablish and affirm tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Reestablish and affirm tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're going to do that one more time because I have faith. It's okay.
I know.
I'm going to say it one more time. Reestablish and affirm tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Reestablish and affirm tenets of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
It's tricky, and we haven't had sleep. Columbia is made stronger by its diversity. It remains excellent because of its inclusivity, and lives up to its values through inclusiveness. We call on the board to affirm that these will remain central values for the institution, and that such values need to be disavowed in the face of political pressure. Woo! Yeah. Number 6, get ready, I have faith. Protect our researchers and provide backup funding.
protect our researchers, and provide backup funding.
Woo-woo! We call on the board and university leadership to commit to providing backup funding for all improperly terminated federal research funds that were awarded to Columbia investigators. The research faculty, clinical and technical staff, primarily on the CUIMC campus, affected by these terminations are not to blame for their loss. Indeed, in securing these research, they both fulfilled the university's expectations of them and met with approval and rigorous competitive processes of peer review. The board's strategy of negotiation and concessions up to this point has failed to protect them. We call on leadership to take financial responsibility to protect these research studies, training programs, and personnel until such time as a more effective defense has been mounted and the original funds have been recovered. That's what we're here for today. These 6 demands, we're calling on the Board of Trustees to not only listen, but adhere to what we are calling for in collaboration and in support of what CUIMC has been asking for over 1 month with no response. That's what we're here for today. So in this 24th hour, as we call up alumni and staff, we need you supporting us for the next 2 hours straight. We are only 2 hours away from the end of this 25-hour speak out. So call your friends, text them, post, do whatever you have to do to fill this sidewalk for the next 2 hours to demand what we know is right for Columbia University and who we are. We're better than this. Let's call up our alumni and staff. Bring it home. Let's go. Hour 24. Woo woo! Yeah. What we got? We got them lined up. Let's go. Let's keep this mic hot. Hour 24. Woo woo! Who's first? Who's first? All right, clap it up. It's staff and alumni. Clap it up for them. Grab a sign and flank. We're live on the live stream. We've been at it for 23 hours. Okay. We've got to keep this mic hot. Keep it hot. Keep it hot.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abel. I want to thank everyone who's come out over the past like that, okay, over the past 24 hours and express support for students' rights and academic freedom. I want to point out that interim President Shipman finally mentioned Mahmoud Khalil and Mohsen Makhdawi in her email yesterday. And that is a reflection of the pressure that you are applying to the university. Keep it up. Keep it up. But I'm here to speak out of both professional and personal obligation, because first, as a cybersecurity analyst with CUIT, it's my job to to help protect students, faculty, and alumni and staff and students from threats and to safeguard their data. And it's been terribly frustrating over the past year and a half to have my and my team's work repeatedly undermined and stymied by an openly hostile administration in this university. In my field, there is a concept called insider threat, which I think should be self-explanatory by the name. If a member of CUIT, of Columbia University IT, were to abuse their access and hand over student and faculty data to malicious threat actors, we would scramble their credentials, we would disable their accounts, we would get them escorted out of the buildings. But when the trustees, if wealthy donors, if faculty members who are hostile to certain sectors of the student population, if they do that, then we were powerless. And it's been difficult to stand by and watch while so many have been harmed by the NYPD attacking students, by our own, by members of faculty, and it's been hard to watch organizations like Canary Mission go after students and dox them, and harass and torment them. And I want to personally apologize for not being able to do more to protect. but I'm also here on a personal level as a Jew, as a New Yorker, as a son and grandson of Holocaust survivors, someone who abhors the violence and destruction being inflicted upon Palestine and by the state of Israel, and who fears that, some measure of that violence is reflected upon people in the U.S., especially since it's being done in the name of combating anti-Semitism, as President Shafiq and President Armstrong and now President Shiffren have repeatedly said. It is not anti-Semitic to point out, as Masha Gessen did, that the conditions in Gaza are not radically different from those in a Polish ghetto that my grandmother lost nearly her entire family in. It is not anti-Semitic to point out that the campaign being waged on compels me to think of my father and his family in Nazi-occupied Paris as they cowered in terror against the occupation forces and the French police who assisted them, living under the threat of deportation to labor and death camps. It is anti-Semitic to insist against all reason, history, and decency that Zionism is Judaism. It is anti-Semitic to ally with thugs and bigots to enforce the definition. And when I think of my own connection to Judaism, having grown up here in New York, having gone to yeshivas for 14 years, and being a bissel with the derech right now, honestly, but still understanding and respecting that one of the core tenets of Judaism is respect for all human life, all of it. To save one person is to save the world, and to have an abhorrence, an absolute hatred of worship, of avodah zarah, and of human sacrifice. Whether it's the slitting someone's throat in front of an idol, or slaughtering a neighborhood in Gaza, or dragging someone from their home to put them into a prison for the sake of what? But this is why we keep fighting, why we keep applying pressure to resist this, to fight back for our academic freedoms, for the freedom of every single person living here, whether they have citizenship or don't, and to keep each other safe. Thank you all so much again, and stay safe.
Hi, everybody. My cell phone on. My name is Jeff. My grandfather. Oh, sorry. Yeah. My name is Jess. My grandfather went and got his law degree here when you couldn't be a Jew on this campus. And my great uncle was also here as a history professor in '68 and was kind of quietly let go. I am here because I'm an alumni of the School of the Arts. And I want to be here to stand for higher education, to fight federal attacks, protect students and international scholars, preserve academic autonomy, affirm diversity and inclusion, and protect research and funding, particularly to the disciplines and the programs that are under attack by the federal government. I'm also here as a voice for the School of the Arts because I know that there are people who are afraid to be here and cannot be speaking up here, and I want to be a voice for them. As a cultural worker, I want to lift the fact that the encampments at Columbia have been places of and for scholarly, creative, and cultural exchange. Exchange between the diverse identities, faiths, and backgrounds of Columbia's students, which includes but is not limited to religious and secular Jews and religious and secular Arabs. I want to remind all of us, particularly our trustees, that this form of cultural exchange was and is world-making and world-building. It is the opposite of hate, of anti-Semitism, of Islamophobia, the opposite of violence, and the opposite of genocide. I want to remind all of us who define ourselves as artists scholars, that we contribute to that world making and world building. I want to recognize the bravery of the artists and performers who have come forward in this moment of time, and I want to sound the call for those who have remained silent with the hope that they find their voices and become natively loud. I want to remind us and those tuning in to the absence and the manipulation of information that comes from Columbia's administration and its trustees, and which has spread across media outlets. And I want to have the opportunity again for artists to bring truth to light. I want to remind us of a word that keeps becoming absent throughout the coverage of both Mahmoud and, Mamdan, yeah. And that is mediator. It has been a word that has been erased from the media, and it has been erased from any kind of information that is going out to a public who is just not knowing what has been happening at Columbia. The definition of mediator is a person who intervenes between two parties, especially for the purpose of effecting reconciliation. I want to note that both Mahmoud and Moshin are gifted mediators. I am also here as an alumni who is Jewish. I am witnessing the dangerous co-opting of anti-Semitism that exists here at Columbia and throughout our nation. I am here to say that critical and scholarly inquiry into the state of Israel is not a form of anti-Semitism. That critiquing a country with a dangerous military and a far-right government is not anti-Semitism. That critiquing political theories of Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Nor is an allegiance to Zionism and or having ties to Israel the central marker by which one defines Jewish people. With regards to defining and identifying oneself as Jewish, I'm here to call attention to the dangers that arise when the phone numbers of Jewish faculty and staff are given over to a white supremacist government, just as it is dangerous for the university to be giving over information of its international students. As the grandniece of Holocaust survivors, never again is never again to and for everyone. It is our moral and ethical obligation as survivors of genocide to end the genocide in Gaza. So in closing, I just want to reiterate again what I'm here for, and that is to connect my voice with the voice of other alumni, calling for Columbia's Board of Trustees to stand up for higher education, to fight federal attacks, to protect students and international scholars, preserve academic autonomy, affirm diversity and inclusion, and protect research and funding. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
This little lanyard off of you. Woo! Let's hear it for alumni and staff.
Great.
Jump up here.
Hi.
Like
That way? Can you hear me? So I graduated from the School of the Arts at Columbia over half a century ago. I'm still writing and producing eco-feminist pacifist plays in New York City and around the world. I learned a lot of what I know about doing that from being here, both being arrested and dragged off of Broadway when we shut it down during the Vietnam War, and in my classes with professors who stood up for me and admired what I did and did it themselves. It is so sad to see this campus locked down. And I've been writing, so I can't walk in, right? I can't get to the library. I can't do the things that the university and the community should be doing, which are mingling and talking together and sharing and being together. So we were right then. The students were right about Vietnam, and the students are right today about the genocide in Gaza. I'm also speaking as a Jew. I'm speaking as a Jew who ran a theater for 35 years with a brilliant actor, George Bartenieff, who was a hidden child in Nazi Germany and would be, if he were alive right now, appalled. he always said, no one is chosen unless everyone is chosen. I'm going to read, if I can, just would you take the doggy? Thank you. I'm going to read a little bit of theater history because it'll give you some idea of where I come from and where this School of the Arts used to come from. Julian Beck, co-founder with Judith Molina of the Living Theater, my friends and colleagues, opens his book, The Life of the Theater. There is a misery of the body and a misery of the mind, and if the stars, wherever we looked at them, poured nectar into our mouths and grass became bread, we would still be sad. We live in a system that manufactures sorrow, spilling it out of its mill, the waters of sorrow, ocean, storm, and we drown down, dead too soon. Theater is like a boat. It is only so big, but uprising is the reversal of the system, and revolution is the turning of the tides. The Living Theater produced Ken Brown's first play, The Brig, in 1963. It is a graphic, blow-by-blow retelling of a day in life of a Marine prison camp, where Marines were interred for minor infraction of rules. It is a brutal place where the prisoners have no names but numbers and must ask and re-ask for permission. Prisoner number 6 requests permission to cross the white line. If you forget to ask correctly, you are penalized. My partner and collaborator, George Vartenieff, a young RADA graduate-trained actor who had been on Broadway in major productions twice during his teens, played prisoner number 6, the only prisoner who has a nervous breakdown, freak out, and rushes at the wire mesh between the stage and the audience and flings himself like an insect on the fence, hanging there screaming until his stiff limbs are undone and he is carried off. So graphic and mesmerizing was the brutality of the Brig that the U.S. Marines were forced to hold an investigation into their prison practices. The Living Theater that produced the play was shut down by the Internal Revenue Service. Its theater spaces were padlocked. All the cast went to jail. All the cast went to jail. Judith Molina, the Brig's director, and Julian Beck would later spend 2 months and 1 month locked in a U.S. prison and then go to exile. They would return to the U.S. in 1969 when I was at the School of the Arts and where I first met them, with an electric tour of 3 major works, Frankenstein, Antigone, and Paradise Now, and would sometimes be arrested for taking the theater into the streets. Jack Gelber, who taught at Columbia School of the Arts when I was a student and with whom I was very close friends, wrote The Connection, which was the first play that made the Living Theater famous in 1960, a play about drug addiction that was so real. The audience thought the actors were really shooting up, and some were. Jack's next play, The Cuban Thing, was produced on Broadway, a positive view of the Cuban Revolution through the eyes of one Cuban family who were adapting, but critical of Castro's homophobic stance. The play received bomb threats and stink bombs were set off in the audience. Anti-Castro Cubans marched and threatened the audience. The producers closed The Cuban Thing in 1 night. Censorship is the story of the radical theater in America. Playwrights are condemned, money is pulled. All of this has happened to me, of course, and everyone else who does work like this. Money is pulled, there are sometimes threats. The theater that matters has often been censored and has often been brutally misunderstood, its meanings distorted and hostile reviews. And yet theater history has been moved along on this river of the forbidden, the not yet tried, the visionary, the assaultive, the joyous mocking of repression. No one knows the names of the hundreds of other plays produced over these years. It's the theater of revolution that matters. The clear sight, which is catharsis, that is the turning of the tides.
Woo! Let's hear it for staff and alumni.
All right, just a reminder, if you really want to be heard when you're speaking, hold the mic like this. We don't know why. It doesn't make sense. But we, over the last 24 hours, have learned this. And now that we are getting close to hour 25, I beg you, hold it like this. I don't know what it would look like, but there we go. Like that.
Okay.
There
Is it working?
Yes.
Hello, hello. It is a privilege to stand with all of you today and be part of this. Hour 24 is mind-boggling and it's so inspiring. Thank you to the organizers, some of whom I'm very lucky to call colleagues, and to the speakers, to those who send testimonials, to the students who inspire us, and to all who are willing to listen. With my minutes at the mic, I want to just do a few things. I want to talk about what I do here at Columbia, what my research is, the part that I hope it plays, why our work is also under threat and why that matters, and end with a personal note and a note to this wonderful community, and that the efforts here today I hope represent just the beginning. I work in the School of Social Work. I'm a research scientist there. I work for a research group called the Center on Poverty and Social Policy. And we do pretty much what the name says. We study poverty. What does it look like in America in 2025? Who is affected and how? A few years ago, when COVID hit, we estimated that as the lockdowns began and unemployment skyrocketed, poverty could reach the highest in America that it has ever been since we started recording it over close to 100 years ago. But Congress and states and cities did not sit back. They took action. They made it easier for America to get and keep health care, to get tested and vaccinated from this terrifying new disease for free. We acted to prevent evictions and keep families housed at a time when it was so important to try and stay home. We made sure kids were fed even when schools were closed. And government delivered cash, flexible cash for families to use in different ways to fill in the gaps that each family needed themselves. It wasn't perfect, and it didn't stop it from being a really stressful and scary time, but it represented trying, and that we can take action amidst an uncertain and unprecedented series of events to try and help, to help others, to help ourselves, to help everyone. What we saw in our research here at Columbia, what we studied and documented and shared with family and friends and policymakers and the media, and honestly, literally anyone who would listen to us, was that these actions were making a difference. There's some background beats. In the end, poverty did not reach the highest possible point. Instead, amidst the worst health and economic crisis in generations, poverty ended up the lowest on record, particularly for kids. With this, many people made a really good point. Poverty in many ways in America today sort of feels like a policy choice. So, as researchers, we study that too. We study how policy is crafted, who's included, and always, 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 who is left out. How and why, and how as a society can we do better. In those dark days of COVID, we and researchers around the country at all sorts of universities, big and small, mobilized together and tracked the effects of policy changes. We didn't know how to make vaccines like our brilliant friends uptown in the medical center, but we could figure out what else was going on. We scoured any and all data, much of it free and publicly available by the government, paid for by our tax dollars so that we, the people, understand the consequences of the decisions that our elected officials make in our name. We use census data, we use labor statistics data, we use household spending data, we used credit card data, we used data on hunger, we used data on missed bills and rent, even data on things that they do when they're really desperate, like selling blood plasma. All the data pointed in the same direction. Families were less stressed. Families were less hungry. Families were less likely to miss bills. Families were doing better. Colleagues at Columbia also talked to families themselves, many of whom who live right here in New York City as part of our city research. We were told about kids sleeping better at night because their bellies were full, because mom and dad weren't stressed about money, and because one parent was able to finally get a bit of cash to buy some new bed sheets with Spidey and Friends on them, which their son really, really wanted, and that made a difference. This is evidence too. This is data. This is data that matters. Threats to universities, to Columbia, and to others around the country threaten this. Threaten knowledge, threaten our basic ability to understand what policies work, what policies don't, and how families are faring. Growing up, it was a cliche to hear, knowledge is power. So if someone is interested in accumulating power, say unchecked power to do whatever they want with, why threaten universities pretty early on then? Because universities are centers of knowledge and therefore are centers of power. We, the people here who can collect and understand and share data and information for free about what's working and what's not, how we're doing as a neighborhood, as a city, as a state, as a country. This can pose an inconvenient truth for those who are not interested in this knowledge being shared. If one's intent is to make bigger changes about who is included in the basic elements of American life, who can speak freely, who can read what they want, who can afford groceries and who cannot, who is allowed to do what if they have autism or if they're gay or if they're trans or if they're basically not white, if they have a disability, if they are a woman, and the list goes on. If who is allowed to participate fully in American life changes, then eventually the data will show the effects. And those effects are not likely to be pretty. And so it makes sense right out of the gate to take out the people whose job it is all day long to collect and understand and share data and share information with others, and who teach critical thinking and the tools for discussing and debating and thinking hard to the next generation. It also makes sense to eventually take out the data itself. And this is the plan, by the way. Project 2025 specifically calls out all those data sources that were vital to understanding how we fared during COVID and how our communities and economy functions daily. They are coming for the US Census Bureau. They are coming for the Bureau of Labor Statistics and much, much, much more. This may seem pretty technical. Why does it matter when there's so many headlines that are screaming about things that are much more urgent? Because without this data, we cannot understand how tariffs are going to affect jobs or prices or the economy, how job losses around the country because federal agents and contract schools and hospitals are losing their funding overnight will impact businesses in those communities, or the ability of families to buy or sell a house or their car or send their kids to college. We won't know where the next disease is starting and who it's hitting first. Without things like the census, we won't be able to accurately figure out who is living where, which ultimately affects who gets represented in Congress, who gets enough money for their local schools and roads, and at the end of the day, who gets counted as full members of American society. But centers of knowledge, universities, Columbia, and others can speak out. We can push back. We can use the tools that we have. We can tell the story of data and why it matters. We can document every single thing that is under threat and getting cut and what the impact is. We need to know what's getting broken so we can eventually put it back together. And we can share the evidence of what we have, of what works, and what families have told us that they want and they need. And we can share that information with those who are seeking to put forward an alternative vision for this country. These are the things they do not want us to do. So these are the things that we must do. Yes. George Orwell is often quoted with saying that those who seize power do not easily relinquish it. Well, knowledge is power. So when they come for it, and when they come for ours, our answer must be no. I would like to conclude with one personal note. One of the most urgent things happening right now are the targeted attacks on international students and immigrant families on campuses and communities. The headlines are appalling. I am ashamed that my country is doing this. I was an international student myself twice in other countries. I was welcomed there in both instances without question. I met students from all over the world, and that was one of the best gifts I have ever been given in my entire life. Through it, I met some of the best friends that I have. To have students come here seeking knowledge and friendship and adventure and fun and freedom and have it all turned on its head and to instead feel targeted in terror and in the worst case taken and disappeared from this very college, no. It is unconscionable to treat people this way. It is a stain on all of us. We need more people speaking out. And in the spirit of beginning in my own backyard, I will speak to my fellow Irish Americans. Immigration is central to our story. There are millions more people of Irish descent in the US and around the world than there ever will be on that tiny, beautiful island of Ireland. And many of us ended up here not because our ancestors wanted to leave. They left because of persecution, hunger, no jobs, no freedom, and no future at different points back home. Ireland is a different place today and one that has been championing human rights and equal rights. But it is easy for the descendants of those who left long ago to not necessarily see this in full. But the story of immigration is one that we should be able to see. If Irish American folks are quiet now, in the face of our immigrant neighbors being terrorized here, do not be. If Irish American folks feel like it has nothing to do with them, it does. If any Irish American folks are actually happy about what's happening to immigrants in America today, shame, shame, shame on you. If you are an Irish American who cannot look through immigrant eyes today, you better check yourself. If that is the case, I challenge your imagination, I challenge your understanding of your own history, and I challenge your heart. There is a powerful piece from the Irish poet and musician Imelda May, written in 2020, called "You Don't Get to Be Racist and Irish." It's best performed in an amazing Dublin accent, which I do not have. But look it up, listen to it, sit with it, and please, and speak out. On my very last note, I would like to acknowledge the obvious. This is a very, 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 very hard time. Some days it's hard to get up in the morning and feel okay. It's hard to focus. It's hard not to despair. Finding people with energy and ideas is like finding gold. So many of us are desperate for direction. Thank you to the organizers of this for helping us show that the people who make Columbia what it is day to day are behind the students, are behind each other, and care, and that we are not bowed, not bent, and not broken. Thank you.
All right, let's hear it for Scott and alumni.
Is Moishi here?
Moishi here?
Anyone?
Yeah, hot mic, hot mic. It's speak-a-thon. Yes, keep it going. And remember, hold it like a ball.
Yes.
Woo, let's hear it for Scott and alumni.
Okay. Is good? All right. Hope it continues. Yeah, thank you everyone for being here, for staying here, hour 24. So I just want to say, a few words. I want to start with this. I'm a Jewish staff member here at Columbia. I've been on the campus for 4 years, and I have never felt so unsafe on campus. And this feeling of unsafeness has nothing to do with the pro-Palestinian protests that are going on. It has nothing to do with social media posts that people may be posting online, but it has everything to do with the actions that the Columbia administration, president, the board of trustees, the provost have taken over the past 18 months. They've created, there is a constant feeling of being watched on campus, a feeling of dread, a feeling of mistrust. There's this sense that if you say the wrong thing, if you like the wrong post online, if you attend the wrong event, you could be suspended, disciplined, or fired. Now, the Columbia administration likes to tell a story. It's a very simple story. They say that beginning in the spring of 2024, they unearthed a horrific problem of anti-Semitism on the campus. Now, anti-Semitism may exist on the campus. It does exist, and it should be addressed. But according to the administration, they unearthed the problem of rampant anti-Semitism. And over time, over the last 18 months, it has, in fact, only gotten worse and worse and worse. And because of this problem of rampant anti-Semitism, they've had to take a series of actions which they otherwise would not have taken and really don't support. Things like calling the police onto campus, expelling students, placing departments on probation, essentially. This is the story. There is such bad anti-Semitism that we've been forced to do all these things and have to, in fact, do more of them, so the problem keeps getting worse. I'd like to today tell a different story, a different narrative to the one that they are telling. It's also a simple story, and it goes like this. In the spring of 2024, the administration got scared. They got scared about funds from prominent donors being revoked. They got scared about getting bad press, regardless of whether it was true. They got scared of investigations by a Republican-controlled House of Representatives that was trying to weaponize anti-Semitism in higher education. They got scared of a lot of things. And then Donald Trump won the election and went into the White House with a cabinet that was bent on dismantling higher education in America, and they got even more scared. So in the face of this fear that they have been facing and are now facing to an even greater extent, they had multiple options. They could have stood up in the face of fear and defended the values that Columbia was founded on and purported to hold just years ago, and the Columbia community that they are supposed to represent. They did not do this. They could have chosen to admit that they were scared, and that in these times, difficult decisions had to be made that would not be perfect. They did not choose this option either. Instead, they chose to hide behind this specter of rampant anti-Semitism and the members of Columbia's Jewish community. Thank you. In 1930s in Germany, Jewish people were used as a scapegoat to justify the descent into a brutal authoritarian regime. And now, nearly a century later, in a very strange and twisted and remarkable way, Jewish people are again being used as scapegoats to rationalize the dismantling of higher education in America and at Columbia specifically. The the administration, the administration, the adminis, sorry, the administration. The administration did not need to take any of these actions to combat anti-Semitism. They did not need to call in the police. They did not need to expel students. They did not need to put security guards at every gate. They did not need to restructure the school's decades-old disciplinary bodies. They did not need to investigate affiliates for posting things on social media. They did not need to place departments on probation. They did not need to remain silent while ICE targeted its students. They did not need to ban masks on campus. They did not need to launch an investigation of the academic senate. They did not need to accede to every single demand in the Trump administration's letter to combat anti-Semitism. They did all of these things because of two simple factors: money and power. So what I'd like to end on is just a note that I want to personally ask of the Columbia administration. I want to ask the Board of Trustees, Office of the President, and the Provost to stop using my identity to justify your acquiescence to injustice. You have created a culture of fear, mistrust, repression, and isolation on campus that is making the campus less safe for everyone. For Jewish students, for international scholars, for immigrants, for non-unionized staff, for unionized staff, lecturers, faculty, and visitors. And above all else, you have made the campus less safe for Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian community members. Their humanity, over the past 18 months, their humanity has continuously been sacrificed in the name of winning an unwinnable game of chess, in which we play only pawns and the government plays only kings. Thank you.
Let's hear it for voices from staff and alumni. Keep it hot, keep it hot. All right, we've got two more speakers from staff and alumni, and we move into last hour.
Hi everyone, my name is Melissa. I'm an alum of the School of Social Work. Thank you. Growing up, I did not ever see myself at Columbia. I grew up with a single mom who raised 4 kids on a teacher's salary because my dad went to prison when I was 5 years old. When I was 4, I was taken from my mom by Child Protective Services and the cops. I don't remember much about my childhood other than being a kid sitting in a cop car thinking I was a bad person and going to a string of foster homes. My siblings and I were only away from my mom for a month, and I still live with the impact of the trauma of it. And when I finally reconnected with my dad 20 years later, I lost him again when he died in prison 2.5 years after reconnecting with him. He was only 58 years old. I am convinced that the lack of medical care, of adequate health care, of connection to family, and of care at all inside of our prison systems is what killed him at such a young age. The carceral system that separates families and communities absolutely destroys them. And I can say that from firsthand experience and also through my work supporting incarcerated people, formerly incarcerated people, and their families. The impact of that separation is ongoing, and for me, it has meant that I live with multiple rare autoimmune conditions that I have to see a doctor every 3 months to make sure that it's not killing me. It means I have multiple mental health issues that I still have to manage to this day, 30 years after that initial trauma and separation from my parents. When I got the email that I had been accepted into Columbia School of Social Work, I was actually coming out of an event at an upstate prison, and I thought how fitting. My dad would be so proud of me. And while I still think that that is true, I do not think he would be proud of how Columbia is treating its students. Many people have said before that if you want to know how a society treats its people, look at the prisons. And sadly, I think we also have to say, look at how it treats its students. Not a day should go by that Columbia does not feel the impact of and accountable for the ways it has supported the ongoing genocide of Palestinians, failed to protect Palestinian students, allowed their own students to be brutalized by police and Zionists, allowed their own students to be kidnapped and separated from their families, and the way it has caused harm to the community of Harlem. Land acknowledgements in class do not absolve them of this. Community listening sessions do not absolve them of this. Emails from the president do not absolve them of this, and they don't even come close. They do not keep us safe, we do. They do not hold themselves accountable, we do. And like many alumni, I am ashamed to call it my alma mater, and also feel an obligation to the current students to connect them to resources, to protect themselves, and know there's a community of alum fighting for their right to be free. Our fights for freedom, from prisons upstate to Gaza to these very lawns behind us and the students who occupied them, are connected. And shame on Columbia for not only siding with the oppressor, but being one themselves. And power to the students, the alumni, the staff, and the faculty here. Power to all those who are incarcerated in our prisons and detention centers, and we will not stop fighting until you are free. So I also want to read some testimonials from students that were submitted. Give me 1 second. Okay, first I'll read from our colleague at School of Social Work, Louisa Gilbert. This might have been read earlier, but I will read it again. It says, welcome dear colleagues, friends, and community partners. I am sorry I'm not there with you today, but I cheer you on in spirit. My name is Louisa Gilbert. I have been at Columbia for over 45 years, first as a Barnard student, then as a master's student at the School of Social Work. I started working at Columbia in 1989 at the Social Intervention Group at the School of Social Work, and later did my PhD and joined the School of Social Work faculty. I no longer recognize the institution I once loved and committed my life's work to, becoming an institution that has lost its moral purpose and mission. By capitulating to Trump's demands, the Board of Trustees and former trustee President Shiffren have compromised our academic freedom and failed to protect and defend our students, research, and teaching. The Board of Trustees and President have also taken action over the past decade to weaken mechanisms of shared faculty governance. President Shiffren's email sent on April 18th threatening to restructure or more likely dismantle the Faculty Senate is the latest assault on an essential mechanism of faculty governance, effectively enabling the Board of Trustees and President to make decisions without any checks and balances from the faculty. President Shiffren claimed that the reason for the restructuring was that the Senate was ineffective and not representative of the faculty. Unlike the Board of Trustees, which is not representative of the interests of the faculty or wider Columbia community, members of the Faculty Senate are elected from each school. The Board of Trustees and President's action to put the South Asian Studies, African Studies, and Middle Eastern Studies under receivership threatens how and what we teach, who gets hired, promoted, or fired, and what research is supported. And it is a complete assault on our values of our university. Will the School of Social Work be next for receivership? ICE's actions of abducting and arresting Mahmoud Khalil and Muhsin Mardari and detaining Yun Sao Chung are absolutely horrifying for all of our students who speak out for the basic human rights of Palestinians to life and liberty that are under siege. Muhsin and Mahmoud reached out to CU leadership in the days and weeks before ICE abducted them. Their pleas for help went unanswered. We all know the role of diplomacy and leadership that Mahmoud and Muhsin played in negotiating the pro-Palestinian student demands with CU administrators. They put their trust in Columbia, and in the end, Columbia failed to protect them at best. Many of our students, especially our international students or students who have been involved in the protests, have stopped speaking in classes for fear of seeing what happened to Muhsin, Mahmoud, and Yun Sao. Can students feel safe and learning take place in this environment? It was encouraging to see President Shiffren email that Columbia will not give up its independence following Harvard's president response to fight back against Trump's demands. It was also encouraging to see President sign the letter with many other university presidents of moral courage and condemning Trump's actions at this point. Sorry, it's very small, so it's hard to read. The Board of Trustees and the President need to do a lot more to restore academic freedom and shared governance, defend our students and our faculty, and move towards a legal strategy to fight all these unlawful authoritarian actions that the administration has taken against CU. The risk of losing $400 million in federal funding is not worth capitulating to the outrageous demands. Our research center has had 3 out of our 5 NIH grants canceled. As upsetting and painful as it was to see our training and research grants terminated, as well as other NIH grants and improve the lives and well-being of the communities we serve, I would rather have our grants terminated than see the Board of Trustees and President concede our academic freedom by capitulating to Trump's outrageous demands. They have lost the trust of faculty and students. The board and president's decision not to fight back will only result in more student and faculty protests to preserve our academic freedom, which is so fundamental to our democracy. We won't give up. Anti-Semitism exists on Columbia's campus. It is important to note, however, that Columbia has not been found to have any Title IX violations and handling any incidents, according to Felice Rosen, CU's general counsel, who mentioned this on the research call after our NIH grants were frozen. Columbia has revoked degrees, expelled students, and fired faculty and staff for anti-Semitism. What more punitive actions can it take? I don't believe removing faculty governance and bringing departments under receivership will help combat anti-Semitism. Facilitating meaningful dialogues, raising awareness, and restorative justice approaches are what is needed to heal our campus from anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, and other forms of hatred that exist on campus. This will be the first set of more demands from the Trump administration that we can expect to come that will surely threaten our university and our School of Social Work. Will our students and faculty be safe in carrying out our mission of social justice? Will students and faculty be safe expressing their ideas and engaging in classroom debates? Will faculty be able to research critical social justice issues? Will prospective students want to come to Columbia? Will our community partners want to collaborate with us? So much is at risk at Columbia right now. The world will be watching closely to see how Columbia responds and is remembered at this critical point in our history. What will our grandchildren and our future great-grandchildren of our beloved community say about what we as faculty, staff, and students did to stand up and fight back? Let's keep on standing up and fighting back until we bring back our university to a point where we can call it home again. I want to give a big shout out of thanks to this event's organizers and all of you who have participated in this 25-hour speak out.
Okay, right, all right. Thank you so much. We are really happy to have another
Oops, that's wrong piece of paper.
Wrong
event.
Thank you so much for coming out. Let's hear it for staff and alumni.
Let's see if we can make this mic work. Okay, is that working? Okay. My name is Gussie Kapner, and I'm here because I'm an alumna of Barnard and an alum of the Columbia University School of Social Work, where I got my doctorate in social policy. Little did I know that I'd be fighting social policy in a university as opposed to in the larger society. I've also been a staff member at the Columbia School of Social Work, where I directed the urban leadership program for students at the School of Social Work many years ago. I have lived in this community since 1962, which is a very long time, and I'm a member of the Morningside Heights Community Coalition, which works on issues of affordable housing, accessible transportation, and diversity, trying to keep those things going in this very threatened, gentrifying community. And I'm here both personally to say that I support the demands and goals of the faculty and the students, and to say as an alum, I support the goals of the faculty and students and staff, and to say that the Morningside Heights Community Coalition stands behind the students and the faculty and staff in these goals, because we realize how important this is for the community that we share with these institutions. I'm very disgusted. I am very disgusted that as an alum, a double alum, that when I want to go on campus to attend a previously public event, that I have to request permission from the Office of Public and Community Affairs. That is truly outrageous. I am disgusted that a walkway that was once played on by kids quite actively and rested on by elderlies with their cane is now closed off, locked down, and the community is being locked out along with the many other folks who are part of this community. And as some of you know, there's a lawsuit in that case, and that should be going along sometime soon. In my opinion, bad fences don't make good neighbors. And those are some fences that need to be changed and rethought as to how campus access is, because as has been pointed out, students do not feel any safer by the way in which this is being handled. I'm more alarmed and outraged, however, by the actions of the university and how it has moved so quickly to cooperate with the forces that are moving us so quickly toward a more authoritarian nation and moving us so quickly away from democracy. Punishing freedom of speech is not what happens in a democracy. Allowing ICE to pull students off campus and out of their housing is not what happens in a democracy. Rushing to put academic departments under administrative oversight and receivership is not what happens in a democracy that values freedom of speech. Punishing freedom of speech when it happens and it happens that you don't like it as a university or as trustees is not what happens in a democracy. And certainly ignoring the hard work of faculty and students in trying to get to the bottom of why some of these things are happening and thus ignoring the work of the Senate is certainly not what happens in a university that values democracy. It should be clear by now that the way in which the university rushed to cooperate and collaborate with the forces that are moving us toward authoritarianism did not prevent those forces from cracking down on the university, and that should be a lesson for us all. It did not protect faculty, students, immigrants, research, academic freedom, and it will not in the future. And I think we're all learning that lesson the hard way now as budgets are cut to so many of the things that are represented here today by faculty and students. It is a very good time for us to remember and recall and take very much to heart the words of Martin Niemöller, some of whom here will know these by heart. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Next, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. That is where we are today, and that's a very sad situation for us to be in. And if Columbia and Barnard don't speak out and fight back and act and listen to its students and faculty and community, we will move even faster to the debacle that is facing this country. All of you are speaking out. I'm speaking out, you're speaking out, we're speaking out. It's now important for the university trustees to listen to what its faculty, students, alumni, and community have to say. Thank you.
Okay, all right, let's hear it for alumni and staff. All right, we are moving into the 25th hour. All right. Woo woo! Can I get someone
want to hold this phone. Can you just hold it on me first? Thank you, baby. All right, y'all. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. When I say mic check, you yell it back, okay? Mic check. Mic check. Yes. We are at 12 noon on Tuesday. That means we have been speaking for 24 hours straight. All of you contributed to this. We have been here speaking about academic freedom, safety of our students, and science. And we are so excited to welcome our last group who will close it up for, again, over 21 different departments and areas at the university. Students, faculty, staff, alumni, community members have all been out. I'm Dr. Rihanna Elise Anderson. I'm an associate professor at the School of Social Work. I am a co-organizer with...
I'm Susan Whitty. I'm a professor at the School of Social Work.
I have a dissertation defense at 1, so I've got to run. So I wanted to quickly just uplift some words from the American Psychological Association about a very recent event that happened. On April 22nd, 2025, the National Science Foundation reportedly terminated more than 400 active grants containing the words diversity, equity, and inclusion. Science serves society best when its integrity is protected from political influence. The termination of NSF-funded research projects stems from fundamental misunderstandings. Many of these initiatives were grappling with some of the most vexing challenges we face as a nation, including health disparities. Historically marginalized groups, especially people of color, LGBTQ+ individuals, and immigrants, exist and experience some medical and psychological conditions at disproportionately high rates. As a clinical psychologist who is focused on mental health disparities, those things impacting Black populations, like racism in particular, I am especially reminded of that line. It requires science to measure the problems first so that we know how to identify and fix that problem. It does not go away if the science stops. To engage in science that serves everyone, we must ensure our research reflects the realities, needs, and perspectives of all populations. Scientific progress depends on accurate understanding of people, health conditions, illnesses, and treatments can affect populations in distinct ways depending on factors like race, gender, and sexual orientation. Inclusive studies are essential to understanding these differences and developing evidence-based solutions, which we do in the School of Social Work every single day. The implications of these actions are deeply concerning, not only for the U.S., but for the global scientific community who we've been speaking to on this live all night and all day. Shout out to the people from other countries joining us right now. By halting research of this type, we risk denying individuals high-quality care based solely on their heritage or background. As a result, our ability to understand and deliver effective services to all Americans, particularly across lines of gender, race, and ethnicity, will be significantly diminished, as will America's standing as a leader in scientific research. Before I head out, I wanted to read those words again as a clinical psychologist who's with you today from the School of Social Work, because some of my close personal friends, including people who used to be within our School of Social Work and have recently moved to other positions, their grants have been snatched from them as recently as 4 days ago, explicitly because of the words diversity, equity, and inclusion. Shame. Shame. These are close personal friends of mine, not because we love to just chat and eat, which clearly I love to do, but because these people are doing the hard work. We are some of the leading psychologists of our nation who can no longer do the work because our funding has been cut. I stand today as a first-year member of the faculty, enraged that why I would come here is in jeopardy. My ability to conduct the research that I love. Can I use the words? Can I put it in a grant? Can I say it on my website? These are the questions that I have as a faculty member now who uprooted her life to come here to make the decision because of the work that Columbia was doing. It is a shame what they have done. I am so energized by all of you coming together and speaking out and saying, that's not who we are as Columbia. That's not our identity. And so I'm grateful again for you as we enter hour 24 together, that you'll be listening for one more hour to this dynamic group, and it will be closed up with the most dynamic Susan Whitty at the end to thank you one more time. But I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Please welcome the Jewish Voices. Thank you so much.
Two ways to hold the
you
mic.
so much.
One,
Thank you.
the way Brianna did, grab it by the collar.
Thank you so much, love. Let's give it up. We're at hour 24. Let's give it up.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Speak, come up and flank the first speaker, and please hold a sign.
I'm Mariana Hirsch. I'm a retired professor in English and Comparative Literature and in Sexuality and Gender Studies at Columbia. I've been here 20 years or more, 21 maybe. I'm really so inspired to be here in the 25th hour of the kind of learning that this university should be promoting. We are here together as a group of Jewish faculty from across Columbia who came together a little over a year ago, and we've been growing since. We came together to say, not in our name. We came together to make space for Jewish voices and actions that refuse to be weaponized in the interest of shutting down protests against the genocidal war and spreading fear and dissension, all of which has opened the door to what is here today to protest. The evisceration of higher education by the Trump administration, the deportation, the arrest, the detention of our students and more, and the cutting of funds. A year ago, I wrote an op-ed in The Spectator in my 50th year of teaching to point out what the Columbia administration has taught our students, and that was 3 presidents ago. This is what I was afraid of, and this is what I saw that learning at Columbia had come to. We learned last year, students learned that university rules and procedures apply to students and faculty for whom infringements results in severe punishment, including arrest and threat of deportation. These rules and procedures do not, however, apply to administrators who can violate university policy and lie about it on campus, in front of Congress, and the whole world. Secondly, we learned that the university is willing to put students, faculty, and residents of its surrounding neighborhoods in harm's way. Under the mendacious pretext of safety and security, they expose all of us to brutal armed riot police, lock us in and out of campus, stoke the flames of division, fear, anxiety, and hatred in our community while proclaiming their intent to quell them. And they allow for the doxing, smearing, and harassment of faculty and students exercising their rights to peaceful protest against the genocidal war. We've learned that the university operates at the pleasure of politicians and donors. We've learned that disagreement and conflict must be resolved quickly and expediently, and that justice to them means threat, disproportionate force, and ruthless punishment.
That's fascism.
Nonviolent resolution and restorative justice cannot be envisioned on this campus. And that, to me and to all of us, is the most troubling lesson. But there's a different kind of learning going on in the last 25 hours. There's a different kind of learning going on here. This is an interdisciplinary, cross-school gathering of minds and hearts that have come together to show what we can do together. They've shown that a movement of social justice We've shown that a movement for social justice, such as the one that's been building here at Columbia and across the globe, cannot be squashed just like that. The dedication, the energy, the solidarity that we've seen in the last 25 hours are the continuation of that movement, and I hope the beginning of continuing ethical action in a collaborative, supportive space of mutual respect, of care, and even that, if that has to occur outside the gates, we will continue to do this.
Leonard, we got the whole drill. We got the whole drill here. Thank you, Marianne. James Seamus, you're 36, teaching at Columbia. I'm going to speak briefly to the Jew part of the last hour here, being asked to speak from that perspective. And the request, as always, surfaces in me two contradictory immediate reactions. The first reaction is simple. Who cares what us Jews think? A genocide is a genocide is a genocide. Ethno-state fascism is ethno-state fascism. The false and dangerous conflation of criticism of Israel and Zionism with anti-Semitism as a cover for Israel's crimes, and the fascist and the fascist repression of our universities here in the States is obvious now to everyone. Jews have no privileged perspective from which to add to those obvious facts. My second reaction, though, is also simple. This genocide in Gaza is being enacted in my name, supposedly on my behalf. The destruction of Columbia and American universities is being enacted in my name, supposedly on my behalf. So I am indeed called to speak out, to fight back, and to work to create alternative forms of community and identity to counter the false claim that Israel's depredations and Trump's destruction of my university are somehow in my interest. Often, Jews like me invoke the age-old concept of tikkun olam, repair of the world, and there was a t-shirt just up here recently with that phrase, to articulate the ethical stance that instills our activism. But honestly, whether there's a specifically Jewish injunction to refrain from mass murder and ethnic cleansing and fascism and stuff like that is also kind of beside the point. Standard issue human beingness should suffice. And yet, none of us are generic standard issue human beings. We all come from and exist in a web of history, community, specificity. Our identities are always a combination of what is given, what is enacted by, and in relation to others. And finally, what we make of what is given and enacted. So we have not only the right to assert identity, but an obligation. So yes, tikkun olam. So yes, we must speak, quote, as Jews. And let me give you a quick example. This past October, the head rabbi of a large and influential Jewish congregation here in New York, someone who also happens to be a former Israeli army tank commander, gave a High Holidays Yom Kippur sermon, clips of which went viral online, in which he decided to scold the many young Jews who are now, in his words, quote, turning your backs on our people. Quote, we wanted you to be Zionists. We did not intend that our emphasis on tikkun olam would lead some Jews to join anti-Israel demonstrations. We did not intend for Jews to lead Passover seders in so-called liberated zones, like the one here a year ago. In short, as the tank commander rabbi made clear, he and his fellow Zionist leaders do not want thousands of years of Jewish teaching actually to be practiced and applied, as it was by so many of our students here in Columbia, but rather simply and hypocritically mouthed and recited amidst the roar of ceaseless bombing. But young American Jews have learned their lessons all too well, as the opinion polls attest, and are increasingly coming to their own conclusions. And they have every right, indeed every obligation, as I do now, to speak, quote, as Jews. And it turns out that as Jews, we find ourselves guided by and in community with others who speak as themselves. For in specificity, we find the bridge to commonality. So I'll end my remarks with the words of someone named Mahmoud Khalil, our former Columbia student and current political prisoner, who spoke, and I quote, as a Palestinian student, end quote. And here's what he said. He said, quote, I believe that the liberation of the Palestinian people and the Jewish people are intertwined and go hand by hand, and you cannot achieve one without the other. So here's an ending. Free Mahmoud Khalil and all political prisoners. Thank you so much. Yeah, I induct you.
Hold that mic right up by your mouth.
Okay. Hello. I'm Max Mormon. I teach in the department of. Like this. Hello. Hello. That's better. I'm Max Mormon. I've been teaching in the Department of Asian and Middle Eastern Cultures at Barnard for the past 26 years. I also graduated from Columbia College in the 80s when we had a peaceful protest of students to end investment in apartheid South Africa, which was completely peaceful and completely successful and completely uncontested. I'm the son of a poor Jewish kid from the Bronx who went to Columbia College in the 1950s, and a mother who fled Nazi Germany in 1936. But I'm reading a statement by another Jewish student who feels uncomfortable and unsafe to speak in their own voice. So I am reading on behalf of this student. I am a Jewish student at this university. I am horrified that my safety is being invoked by the university and government administrations for justification for the implementation of authoritarian measures at Columbia. In the last few months, I have watched this university to capitulate to the demands of the Trump administration, which supposedly for my own protection actively cause harm to me and those around me. Police on and around campus, increased powers for campus security, the complete shutting down of protests, draconian punishments held over students' heads. Is this what safety looks like? The students at this university, Jewish and not Jewish, are not safe. I do not feel safe to be here to read this testimonial. I hold an F1 visa and find myself hurtling between the protection that the university claims to offer me as a Jewish student and the precarity of my immigration status. Like countless other international students, I exist now in a constant state of vulnerability. I am shut out of spaces such as these. My right to protest, to engage in meaningful action at this university has effectively been removed. Claims that any pro-Palestinian action on this campus is automatically anti-Semitic are alarming and disingenuous. I am consistently disgusted by the instrumentalization of the Holocaust to justify what has long since ceased to be a retaliation. The Columbia administration has conveniently ignored the fact that many of the brave students engaging in the activism they deem anti-Semitic are Jewish. Last year, when I still felt able to exercise my right to protest on campus, I stood shoulder to shoulder with fellow students to call for divestment, transparency, and justice. I have since watched in horror as Mahmoud Khalil and Mohsen Madawi were abducted and detained by immigration law enforcement in retaliation for their activism. That the university has failed to name or acknowledge these students in their empty statements to the student body is, in no uncertain terms, a travesty. When a colleague of mine was suspended after attending a demonstration on campus, I was told by our department leadership, as one of just a handful of Jewish students in the department, that we, quote, have to think about the Jewish students, unquote. Their unwillingness to engage with the possibility that any deviation from a set definition of Good activism and bad activism is a symptom of the same condition that allows insidious projects like Canary Mission and Betar to thrive. It is this that makes us all unsafe. I think often of the brave Jewish students at this university and throughout the US who are protesting the continued atrocities in Gaza by the Israeli with the rallying cry, "Not in my name." So much of the harm done by this university, the capitulation, the repression, is done in my name, yet no one wants to hear what we have to say. I ask, what do I want to be done in my name? An integral, sacred part of my Jewishness is that I have learned from my family, my community, and my culture is the responsibility to the marginalized, an urgency of social justice that is at the core of Tikkun Olam. It lies with all of us here to stand with this feeling of vulnerability and transform it into a broader form of solidarity that refuses to allow the call for justice to be silenced.
What is your language here?
Is this the talking stick?
Okay, so we're going to try to read. Professor Solomon is going to read something first, and then we're going to read something together. So here.
Okay. Hi, I'm Elisa Solomon. I'm a professor in the School of Journalism. I've been teaching here for 20 years. And I'm moved and honored to be here among my admired comrades. Joe and I are going to read a letter that we wrote a little over a year ago. And we're going to do it sort of antiphonally for a little, drama and texture. But I have some introductory things to say first, and then he'll have some concluding remarks. And what I want to say first is to just call out our Senator Chuck Schumer. So he recently spoke out against President Trump using charges of anti-Semitism as a pretext for cracking down on academic freedom and First Amendment rights. And we appreciate that he finally did so. But at the same time, he's contradicting himself by co-sponsoring a bill that will only give Trump more ammunition to advance his authoritarian agenda in the false bad faith name of protecting Jews. The so-called Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, S558, will codify a definition of anti-Semitism into law that conflates criticism of Israeli state actions and ideologies with anti-Jewish bigotry. The Department of Homeland Security is already using this to survey visa applicants' social media and deny people entry into the U.S. over speech critical of the Israeli government, and as we know, was snatching our own students from these environs. Meanwhile, the NYPD has been trained to regard the very sight of a keffiyeh or an image of a watermelon as an expression of Jew hatred. It's like unbelievable.
Shame.
This is the most cynical and dangerous appropriation of Jewish experience and history, and there is no excuse for handing the Trump administration more weapons to use against constitutionally protected speech. Schumer must not co-sponsor or vote for this dangerous bill, and I hope all of you who are his constituents will let him know that you agree.
Right. On April 5th of last year.
Wait, introduce yourself.
Oh, my name is Joseph Howley. I'm an associate professor in the classics department. Let's hear a round of applause for the organizers of this 25-hour Speak Out. I think this is what a university looks like. On April 5th of last year, 23 Jewish faculty members, including ourselves, sent a letter to former President Shafiq ahead of her scheduled appearance before the same congressional committee that months before had interrogated other university presidents about supposedly rampant climates of anti-Semitism on their campuses. A week after we sent our letter to Shafiq, having received no response, we published an abridged version in The Spectator. We'd like to read it now. That's incredible. Okay. It's entitled, Jewish Faculty Reject the Weaponization of Anti-Semitism.
Dear President Shafiq, we write as Jewish faculty of Columbia and Barnard in anticipation of your appearance before the House Committee on Education and Workforce on April 17, where you are expected to answer questions about anti-Semitism on campus. Based on the committee's previous hearings, we are gravely concerned about the false narratives that frame these proceedings to entrap witnesses. We urge you, as the university president, to defend our shared commitment to universities as sites of learning, critical thinking, and knowledge production against this new McCarthyism.
Rather than being concerned with the safety and well-being of Jewish students on campuses, the committee is leveraging anti-Semitism in a wider effort to caricature and demonize universities as hotbeds of, quote, woke indoctrination. Its opportunistic use of anti-Semitism in a moment of crisis is expanding and strengthening long-standing efforts to undermine educational institutions. After launching attacks on public universities from Florida to South Dakota, this campaign has opened a new front against private universities.
The prospect of Representative Elise Stefanik, a member of Congress with a history of espousing white nationalist politics, calling university presidents to account for alleged anti-Semitism on their campuses, reveals these proceedings as disingenuous political theater. In the face of these coordinated attacks on higher education, universities must insist on their freedom to research and teach inconvenient truths. This includes historical injustices and the contemporary structures that perpetuate them, regardless of whether these facts are politically inexpedient for certain interest groups.
To be sure, anti-Semitism is a grave concern that should be scrutinized alongside racism, sexism, Islamophobia, homophobia, and all other forms of hate. These hateful ideologies exist everywhere, and we would be ignorant to believe they do not exist at Columbia. When anti-Semitism rears its head, it must be swiftly denounced and its perpetrators held to account. However, it is absurd to claim that anti-Semitism, discrimination, prejudice, hostility, or violence against Jews as Jews, according to the Jerusalem Declaration's definition, is rampant on Columbia's campus. To argue that taking a stand against Israel's war on Gaza is anti-Semitic is to pervert the meaning of the term.
Labeling pro-Palestinian expression as anti-Jewish hate speech requires a dangerous and false conflation of Zionism with Jewishness, of political ideology with identity. This conflation betrays a woefully inaccurate understanding and disingenuous misrepresentation of Jewish history, identity, and politics. It erases more than a century of debates among Jews themselves about the nature of a Jewish homeland in the biblical land of Israel, including Israel's status as a Jewish nation state. It dismisses the experiences of the post-Zionist, non-Zionist, and anti-Zionist Jews who work, study, and live on our campus.
The political passions that arise from conflict in the Middle East may deeply unsettle students, faculty, and staff with opposing views. But feeling uncomfortable is not the same thing as being threatened or discriminated against. Free expression, which is fundamental to both academic inquiry and democracy, necessarily entails exposure to views that may be deeply disconcerting. We can support students who feel real and valid discomfort toward protest advocating for Palestinian liberation, while also stating clearly and firmly that this discomfort is not an issue of safety. As faculty, we dedicate ourselves and our classrooms to keeping every student safe from real harm, harassment, and discrimination. We commit to helping them learn to experience discomfort and even confrontation as part of the process and skill of skill and knowledge acquisition, and to help them realize that ideas we oppose can be contested without being suppressed.
By exacting discipline, inviting police presence, and broadly surveying its students for minor offenses, the university is betraying its educational mission. It has pursued drastic measures against students, including disciplinary proceedings and probation, for infractions like allegedly attending an unauthorized protest or moving barricades to drape a flag on a statue. Real harassment and physical intimidation and violence on campus must be confronted seriously and its perpetrators held accountable. At the same time, the university should refrain, whenever possible, from using discipline and surveillance as a means of addressing less serious harms, and should never use punitive measures to address conflicts over ideas and the feelings of discomfort that result. Where the university once embraced and defended students' political expression, it now suppresses and disciplines it.
Last page. The university's recent policies represent a dramatic change from historical practice, and the consequences are ruinous to our community and its principles. In the past, Columbia has periodically confronted attacks against pro-Palestinian speech, ranging from the vile slanders against Professor Edward Said to the reckless accusations of the David Project. But where for decades the university stood firm against smear campaigns targeting its professors, it has now voluntarily accepted the job of censoring its faculty within and outside the classroom.
Columbia's commitment to free inquiry and robust disagreement is what makes it a world-class institution. Limiting academic freedom when it comes to questions of Israel and Palestine paves the way for limitations on other contested topics, from climate science to the history of slavery. What's more, students must have the freedom to dissent, to make mistakes, to offend without intent, and to learn to repair harm done if necessary. Free expression is not only crucial to student development and education outside the classroom. The tradition of student protest has also played a vital role in American democracy. Columbia should be proud of having participated in nationwide student organizing that helped secure civil rights and reproductive rights and helped bring an end to the Vietnam War and apartheid in South Africa.
We express our support for the university and for higher education against the attacks likely to be leveled against them at the upcoming congressional hearing. We object to the weaponization of anti-Semitism charges, and we advocate for a campus where all students, Jewish, Palestinian, and all others, can learn and thrive in a climate of open, honest inquiry and rigorous debate. Now, we wrote that a year ago. I think it holds up, but I want to say a few words about what happened after we sent that letter. Then President Shafiq went before Congress, joined by the two co-chairs of our Board of Trustees, one of whom is now our acting president, and the other of whom is selecting our next president, and by a chair of our anti-Semitism task force. They did not take our advice. Instead, they offered a full-court press in affirmation of the right-wing attack on our students and school, repeatedly agreeing. That's right. Repeatedly agreeing with the white nationalists and MAGA extremists on the committee that, yes, Columbia has, quote, a specific problem with rampant anti-Semitism. That is a direct quote from now acting President Shiffren. They did not take our advice, and the outcome was exactly what we predicted. The very false narrative about our university that our leaders affirmed is now being used as a pretext for these attacks on learning, knowledge, academic freedom, and democracy. Now, I do not like to say I told you so, but we told you so. We were right then, and we are right now. Our analysis of the situation was correct a year ago in both explaining what was happening and predicting what would happen next. And it continues to be correct. And I want to ask my colleagues who are still trying to hunt out the hidden cells of Iran-funded anti-Semitic radical professors whose fault it somehow is that Donald Trump is cutting funding for biodiversity and transgenic mice because he's functionally illiterate, whether their analysis still explains what's happening or predicts what's going to happen next. But what was our reward for being correct? for offering good advice that was ignored? Well, when Columbia's anti-Semitism task force, whose chair was part of this performance before Congress, finally issued a report last April, they devoted an entire footnote to the 23 faculty who wrote this letter, in which they accused us of calling for the destruction of the state of Israel. Now, you just heard the letter. I'm pretty sure we didn't say that. And the point I want to make is that a year ago, it seems our Board of Trustees made a choice they did not have to make, a choice to facilitate this attack on our university. And our anti-Semitism task force, whose primary goal seems to be manufacturing further evidence to support this attack on the university, also took the opportunity to participate in the right-wing project of deciding who does and does not count as a Jew. Recent reporting in the press has suggested that members of the Board of Trustees have actually advised congressional Republicans and the White House on how to carry out these attacks on Columbia. Our university is being disassembled around us with the help of members of our own community, and it is being done in the name of Jews and Jewish safety. And I can think of nothing that runs a greater risk of engendering real anti-Semitism and hatred toward Jews than tearing down a great institution and blaming it on the Jews. The good news is that it's not too late. There is still time for our Jewish community to speak together, as Jewish students have done this week in The Spectator, and say that even when we disagree about protest or Palestine or anything else, because if there's one thing Jews are good at, it's disagreeing, we can unite in demanding that nobody speak for us, that nobody use our history, our pain, our fear to justify new cruelties and repressions, that we can tolerate protests that make us uncomfortable and reject harassment that is clearly prejudicial without letting the line between the two be blurred by people who care nothing for our safety and everything for their own agendas. And we can say to our leadership that the misguided, anti-protest, pro-Trump politics that drove the university's handling of last year's crisis and this year's crisis should not dictate the selection of our next president or the path we chart forward as a university. Our Jewish community, our entire community, deserves so much better. Thank you.
Oh, wait, where's my glasses? Shit, I can't do it.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
Woo! There we go. Hold this right up by your mouth.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, everyone else. I'm Helen Benedict. I've been teaching in a journalism school for 30. Representative Elise Stefanik, Republican from New York, has trafficked in white nationalist conspiracy theories. Representative Rich Allen, a Republican from Georgia, who quoted Bible verses as a source for dictating policy at a religiously diverse secular university. Elon Musk throwing his Nazi salute and courting far-right anti-Semitic parties in Germany and France. Steve Bannon, who throws his Nazi salutes around and has said in public that the greatest threat to democracy is a leftist Jew. I could go on. No, this regime is not at all interested in protecting us at all. Rather, its purpose is to suppress all protest, whether against the war on Gaza or against Trump himself, by destroying higher education, because it is on campuses like ours that students learn the kind of critical thinking and historical knowledge that leads to dissent. All autocrats and dictators know this, of course, which is why China persecuted its academics and intellectuals in the Cultural Revolution. Hitler did the same in Germany, Erdogan in Turkey, Orban in Hungary, Assad in Syria, Putin in Russia, and so on. Meanwhile, Columbia's administration has done nothing to defy this big lie, but rather cravenly capitulated and even preemptively cooperated. Shame. Shame! Students, Jewish and otherwise, are being suspended, expelled, arrested, kidnapped, and imprisoned for simply exercising their First Amendment rights
to protest Israel's war on Gaza. Colombia, when your students are attacked, what do you do? Stand up and fight back. You don't give lists of students to the administration to persecute as you did. Shame. Shame. Faculty are being threatened, harassed, doxxed, and silenced by extremists with the help of our own administration. Shame. Colombia, what do you do when your own faculty is being persecuted? Stand up, fight back. This means supporting us publicly, not silencing or punishing us. Research is being defunded, courses cancelled, the freedom to speak, read, debate, curtailed. Colombia, what do you do when your research and teaching are undermined? Stand up, fight back. You don't bow down and comply with a bully who will only demand more and more without giving anything back. Immigrants and students are being kidnapped off the streets and out of their homes and whisked to faraway prisons without due process or even having been accused of a crime. This is what happened to Mahmoud Khalil on the eve of his first child's birth, even though our same administration asked him to negotiate between student protesters and themselves. This is what happened to Mohsen Madawi, who is widely known to be an advocate for peace and understanding. Yet our administration has yet to even utter their names, let alone declare support. Shame. Shame. Colombia, what do you do for your students who are kidnapped? And fight back. International students are having their visas revoked, their research grants cancelled. Yet again, our administration remains silent. Not only silent, it is disenrolling students when it doesn't even have to. Shame. Shame. Colombia, what do you do when your students are barred from coming here to study? Stand up, fight back. Colombia, you say you are committed to keeping your students safe. But how can students feel safe knowing they can now be kidnapped from the street or even their own homes? How can they feel safe knowing there are police and security guards on campus who now have the right to arrest or even physically restrain them? How can they feel safe knowing there are cameras everywhere waiting to identify them as Palestinian or an Arab or a Muslim or even a progressive Jew and put a target on their backs? How can they feel safe when they know their visas can be revoked while the administration not only fails to stand up for them but disenrolls them and even hands over their names to ICE? No, the real threat to students does not come from protesters, does not come from these supposed anti-Semites. The real threat comes from the government and an administration of Colombia that has not only refused to protect them, but has actively betrayed them. Stand up, Colombia. Protect academic freedom, protect your students, and protect your faculty. Stand up and fight back. These are the clips.
Wait. Technical error. Yeah. Hello? Yeah? Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Elizabeth Baronstein. I'm a professor of sociology and chair of the Women's Gender and Sexuality Studies program, department at Barnard. I've been a faculty member here for 24 years. It's great to see all of you here in the final hour of this Speak Out. Thank you for being here. What I'd like to do today is read an op-ed that appeared in the New York Times yesterday from Peter Beinart, who many of you know from Jewish Currents. He's an occasional writer for the New York Times as well. He is describing the broader context that we all find ourselves in, the broader social and political context. And the title of his piece that I would like to read is "Trump Doesn't Want to Protect All Jewish Students, Just Those on His Team." It's also an apt description, as we've just heard, of what's happening at Columbia and Barnard. and many other universities too. On April 29th, 2024, Tess Siegel, a 20-year-old sophomore at the University of Florida, joined her fellow activists at a prominent plaza on campus, calling on the university to divest from weapons manufacturers and boycott academic institutions in Israel. Some protesters studied or played cards. Later, they read obituaries of Palestinians killed in the Gaza Strip. Then law enforcement moved in. And although Ms. Siegel said she did not resist arrest, she was handcuffed and taken to jail, where she was held overnight. Ms. Siegel was charged with resisting arrest without violence. The state later dismissed her case. The University of Florida, however, has already banned her from campus. University officials had warned protesters that they could be punished if they violated tough new restrictions on protest. Administrators also said that officers had instructed the demonstrators to disperse. Ms. Siegel said it was too loud to hear that directive. Ms. Siegel told me that she was barred from taking her final exam of the semester and participating in a school-sponsored summer program to which she had been admitted. A university disciplinary committee ruled that she had not acted in a disruptive manner, but deemed her responsible for violating university policy, among other things. It proposed a one-year suspension. The university's newly installed dean of students went further. In a letter shared by the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, he declared that Ms. Jonathan Greenblatt declared, "Zionism is fundamental to Judaism." In 2021, the influential former Soviet dissident and Israeli cabinet minister Natan Sharansky co-wrote an essay calling Jews who oppose Zionism un-Jews. This redefinition of Jewishness is occurring alongside one of the harshest crackdowns on American Jewish activism that we have seen. Many American Jews, particularly young Jews, hold critical views about Israel. A 2021 poll by the centrist Jewish Electoral Institute, which monitors Jewish voting engagement, found that 38% of American Jewish adults under the age of 40 considered Israel an apartheid state, compared with 47% who did not. When presented with the accusation that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza in a survey last year, 38% of American Jewish adults under the age of 44 agreed. Now, given these figures, it's not surprising that Jews have taken a leading role in the protests against Israel's assault on Gaza. 11 days after October 7, 2023, progressive and anti-Zionist Jewish groups, including Jewish Voice for Peace, gathered roughly 400 protesters, many wearing shirts that said, "Not in our name," and occupied a congressional building. Later that month, Jewish Voice for Peace and its allies led a takeover of New York's Grand Central Terminal. At Brown University, the first sit-in demanding divestment from companies affiliated with Israel comprised solely Jewish students. Jewish students are not generally as vulnerable as their Palestinian, Arab, Muslim, Black, and non-citizen counterparts, but it is precisely this assumption of greater safety that might have made them more willing to protest in the first place. And many have paid a price. It's impossible to know what percentage of the students punished for pro-Palestinian activism have been Jewish, since university disciplinary proceedings are often kept secret. But anecdotal evidence suggests that it's significant. And regardless of one's views about how universities should treat campus activism, there is something bizarre about repressing it in the name of Jewish safety, when a number of the students being repressed are Jews. Since October 7th, at least 4 universities have suspended or placed on probation their chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace, including ours. In 2023, at Brown University, Jews for Ceasefire Now protests, 20 members were arrested. The charges have been dropped. At a pro-Israel event at Rockland Community College at the State University of New York on October 12th, a Jewish student who briefly shouted, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," and Jews for Palestine, was reportedly suspended for the rest of the academic year. And in May 2024, a Jewish tenured professor in anthropology at Muhlenberg College said she was fired after she reposted an Instagram post that declared, in part, "Do not cower to Zionists, shame them, do not welcome them in your spaces, do not make them feel comfortable." In September, Michigan's Attorney General brought felony charges for resisting or obstructing a police officer, as well as misdemeanor trespassing charges against 3 Jewish activists, as well as 4 others, for offenses related to a Gaza solidarity encampment at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. They all pleaded not guilty. Even when protest has taken the form of Jewish religious observance, it's often been shut down. Last fall, when Jewish students opposing the war during the holiday of Sukkot built Gaza solidarity sukkahs, temporary booth-like structures in which Jews eat, learn, and sleep during the holiday, at least 8 universities forcibly dismantled them, required the students to do so, or canceled approval for their construction. The university said that groups were not allowed to erect structures on campus. Despite this, establishment Jewish pro-Israel organizations have applauded universities that have cracked down on pro-Palestinian demonstrations. When Columbia suspended its branch of Jewish Voice for Peace alongside Students for Justice in Palestine, the ADL congratulated the university for fulfilling, quote, its legal and moral obligations to protect Jewish students. After New Hampshire police broke up Dartmouth's Gaza Solidarity encampment, the ADL thanked the college's president for, quote, protecting all students' right to learn in a safe environment. But the experience was hardly safe for Annalisa Relic, a former chair of the school's Jewish Studies program, who said she was zip-tied, body slammed, and forcibly dragged by police officers when they moved in. After the state attorney general announced that she would bring charges against demonstrators at the University of Michigan's encampment who had allegedly violated the law, an official at the Jewish Federation of Greater Ann Arbor praised her for acting, quote, courageously. The ADL has since reversed its prior support for the Trump administration's detention of pro-Palestinian activists, but it still wants universities to impose tough restrictions on campus protest. When I reached out to the organization asking if it had a position on Jewish students getting swept up in campus crackdowns, representatives referred me to Mr. Greenblatt's recent opinion essays. Each one reiterated the need to fight against what it deems campus anti-Semitism, but also advocated due process for all those involved. Nonetheless, Jews keep protesting. In early April, a few Jewish students chained themselves to Columbia's gates to protest the ongoing detention of Mahmoud Khalil, the former graduate student and green card holder who is being held in an immigration and customs enforcement detention facility in Louisiana over his engagement in campus protest. And just before the holiday of Passover, more than 130 Jewish students, faculty members, and alumni of Georgetown University signed a letter protesting the detention and arrest of Badar Khan Suri, a postdoctoral fellow accused of spreading Hamas propaganda and promoting anti-Semitism. There's a deep irony in the American Jewish establishment's apparent questioning of the Jewishness of these young dissenters, because what distinguishes today's Jewish student activists from earlier generations of American Jewish leftists is precisely their interest in incorporating Jewish ritual itself into their protests. In New York alone, at least 10 non-Zionist or anti-Zionist minyanim or prayer communities have sprouted in the last several years. They're overwhelmingly populated by Jews not much older than a seagull. Yeah. Okay. Skipping ahead, concluding, to Mr. Trump and leaders of the American Jewish establishment, students like these may not be real Jews, but for many in their generation, they're angrily and joyfully proving them wrong. Thank you.
We have 3 more speakers. We're going to do performance arts. You don't want to miss
Hi, my name is Leo Spitzer. I'm Professor Emeritus at History at Dartmouth College. Speak into it. Professor Emeritus of History at Dartmouth College and a visiting professor at Columbia University in the past. I recently, as cases of horrendous forced immigration increasingly take place throughout the United States, I've been thinking about a small town called Reschnitz in Austria, located southeast of Vienna in the province of Burgenland near the Austro-Hungarian border. Reschnitz is the place where my father was born and where the paternal side of my Jewish family had lived for over a century and a half. Unlike in other towns in Europe with sizable Jewish populations, sites of Eastern Europe in what is now Poland and Ukraine, for instance, there were no Jewish ghettos in Reschnitz or in Burgenland towns, no separate segregated areas into which Jews were relegated. Indeed, in Reschnitz, as in other Burgenland towns, Jews and non-Jews lived together as neighbors. For centuries, they had coexisted amiable. They shopped in each other's stores and food markets. Their children played together. They attended the same schools. Many became friends, even close friends. They owned properties next to one another, contiguous and land divisions that they referred to in German as Brüderhöfe, brothers' yards. But then came the 1930s and the rise of Hitler and the Nazis. On March 11th to the 13th, 1938, Nazi Germany annexed Austria in an event became known as the Anschluss, a German word meaning connection. From one day to the next, Austria as an independent country ceased to exist. The Nazification of all aspects of Austrian life was quickly carried out. Within days of the Anschluss in Rechnitz and throughout Burgenland, town mayors and orders of the Gestapo received letters asking them to list all residential Jews and their properties and ordering the creation of a Judenrein Jew-free Burgenland no later than April 18, 1938. Implementation was speedy and relentless. Jewish properties were confiscated, Jewish businesses were closed down, and control of shops transferred to local Nazi officials. Jewish-owned houses were taken over. It was the first unambiguous case of comprehensive policy of expulsion of Jews anywhere in the Nazi Reich. All Jews, including all members of my parental family, were expelled and congregated in Vienna, awaiting, if they were fortunate, emigration from Austria to an asylum country, or if they were not, shipment eastward to ghettos, concentration camps, and extermination camps. How did the local non-Jewish population respond to this onslaught? Badly, either in silence or as implicated subjects and outright participants. Certainly not as rescuers or opponents. Nazi swastika flags emerged throughout the towns and province. Neighbors, friends, old schoolmates, and long-standing acquaintances did nothing. Certainly there was no solidarity. As Sarah Schulman has written in a recent book, regardless of specificity, solidarity always requires awareness, self-criticism, consciousness, the decision to act, and the need to create strategy, to build alliances, and to listen. It always requires taking chances, making mistakes, and trying again. And the sad story about Austrian Rechnitz that I've just outlined to you is a story of that can alert us. Its mid-20th century history of failure is a history that can remind us as citizens, as Jews, as human beings, that we have a responsibility to those in peril. Here now, we are not yet in a time when solidarity and resistance have become impossible. We have a responsibility to those in our communities, to our students and neighbors threatened with deportation and expulsion, to speak out and to join forces in opposition. We can come together and say no more. We can act and declare that this must end.
All right, we're gonna close this out. Who's so wild? Let's go! Woo, come on! Let's end it strong. Yeah. I got props, but I'm gonna go fast. Try and keep up. Shalom, Shmi Esther Yehudit. Hello, my name is E.Y. Zipris. I am faculty teaching museum education, doctoral candidate researching conflict in both decentralized hierarchical spaces, graduate of Teachers College 2005. Is this my rock star moment? If I start singing, throw something at me. And Columbia GSAS 2007. Nothing compares to this privilege of standing amongst my colleagues as we rise up to say, hands off our students, our academic integrity, and our capacity for authentic and rigorous research. I am also not a medical student, but I want to express extreme gratitude to the CUIMC community who have been demonstrating true activism through community and collaboration. I will gladly continue to be your groupie as long as you let me, and thanks for saving lives in your downtime. Today I'm sharing my perspective as a Jewish observant faculty member, and my great fear is not only for the safety of our brave students and faculty, but for the longevity and capacity of American Judaism to withstand the assault that is coming from within. This past Pesach, Passover, marked two poignant anniversaries for me. This is the second Pesach without my mother, Zichronah Livracha, who in her towering 5-foot Israeli religious Talmida Chachama, Talmudic scholar, I used to call her affectionately a right-wing fascist, and she used to call me affectionately a woke liberal. But this is also the anniversary of the erection of Columbia's encampment as a form of peaceful protest, only to be violently dismantled by a ruthless board, a spineless school president, and a horde of hired police.
In a year that followed, everything and nothing happened. We are still locked into the Sisyphean task of determining and defining who is a good Jew and who is an anti-Semite. As of this writing, it appears I am the latter. But also everything happened. The continuity of a right-wing fascist government in Israel, the election of one in the United States, a complete abdication of law and order in our country, the disappearance of students from streets and campuses, the return of Israeli hostages and their ongoing recovery, and the continuous, ceaseless death of Palestinians in Gaza by the Israeli army. I was not turned into a Kahol V'Lavan Jew this year in yellow pins and hostage tags. Instead, I watched with mounting unease as a dominant narrative emerged depicting all Jews as a monolithic entity united by pain, suffering, fear, and Zionism, functioning under the assumption of irreparable harm should we fail to immediately identify as a united front with no visible public dissension. The rush to reify all Jews as part of the same cause does immediate harm on multiple levels. Those who found themselves on the outskirts of the middle of the road American Judaism are immediately suffocated underneath the heavy and oppressive elimination of dissent. And this is not theoretical conjecture. On our very campus, Jewish students and faculty are living the best tenets of our religion, my religion, by actively standing for Mahmoud, Mohsen, and against the ongoing genocidal destruction of Gaza. Unfortunately, never again, conjoined with Am Yisrael Chai, has become a formulaic offensive and defense against any attempt to step outside the Dalet Amos, the four squares of the Magen David. But in these last few minutes of our faculty speak out, I offer a small glimpse of hope. Emerging against the blue and white binary are factions of regular Jews, those who pray 3 times a day, go to work, drop off kids, pick up kids, go to soccer, to shul, to kiddush, and back round again. Observant Jews who do all of the above and then also say, I'd rather not have genocide along my Zamek's challah or my Lemare steak. Last paragraph. Sorry, this took a drop of that. I have found them, these Jews for whom shifts away from Zionism is happening slowly and all at once, equally comfortable parsing Midrash as deconstructing Coates' The Message. Jews who share information about upcoming protests, as well as that protest's Mincha Minyan spot. See me later for translations. Jews who are not monolithic in their understanding of Zionism and anti-Zionism, but are united vehemently, protesting acts of violence committed in the name of all Jews and standing for the lives of future Palestinians. For many American Jews, the Trump administration is fulfilling its promises. Hostages returned, support for Israel, punishing anti-Semitism on campus. On the surface, promises kept. Just as long as you don't look deeper than surface level for motive, opportunity, actual lack of follow-through, and the use of the above categories as an army of Trojan horses ramming through flimsy gates of opposition. But for many of us, the blatant influencer style of shiny, screen-ready rhetoric is actively endangering American Jews, young students, and faculty. The call is clear. We must come together to support our brave Palestinian and Jewish students and faculty and all the free thinkers in between. Those are the voices Columbia should be proud of and should be uplifting rather than doxing and disappearing. Inspired by the bravery that surrounds us, let's get back to work, allowing conflict into our classrooms and community with an understanding that this will only strengthen and not weaken us. You need to give me the I steal things from people all the time.
So it's just.
You have to hold it up.
You want me to hold it? Hello. Hi. So I'm Lydia Gurr. I'm in the Department of Philosophy. I've been here around 30 years. We have now spoken in 25 hours, 325,000 words. I know this because that was the length of my last book. So, I wanted to say that I wrote so many words today to speak to you. Most of them have already been spoken. But I live in such fear of my words being misquoted, my words being misused. I live in fear of being harassed, canopied, doxxed, abused in all kinds of ways, that I thought the most appropriate thing to end this talk out is for 1 minute silence. But in that 1 minute of silence, I want you to do 3 things. I want you to scream as loudly as you can the pain that you feel for every person who's been gratuitously killed this year. I say gratuitously because I'm thinking of gratuitous violence. And I want you to cry for these people because the pain of expressing our pain will outweigh what I saw last week in the amazing Encampments film. A bunch of people jumping up and down at the sight of the universities in Gaza being destroyed. I was so upset by this particular scene, but I want you to ask yourselves, who will jump for joy when this university is destroyed? And when you ask yourself that question, you will begin to understand who our enemies really are. So for 1 minute of silence, I want you to scream as loudly as you can. 1, 2, 3. Do you all feel a bit better? I wanted to scream so much this year. I have fought on the Senate. I fought for my philosophy department to be courageous. They have been amazing people. I fought everywhere I could. I've gone on and on with words and words, but there's nothing more to be said. But with this screaming and this silence, I want you just to realize that we have to do something to save our university. One thing about silence is it might give a space for some people inside the university, because we are currently having to be outside the university. We want them to listen, and they have not been listening.
So I just want to channel the words and the spirit of Grace Bailey, a wonderful writer, peace activist throughout an entire lifetime. When people ask Grace, how come you're here at another protest? It's 30 degrees out. It's -5 degrees out. You're doing it again week after week. She said, it's not a bad way to spend a life. It's not a bad way to spend a life. So I'm wearing this button in Grace's spirit. Let us go forth with fear and courage and rage to save the world. Let us go forth with courage and fear and rage to save this university, to save our world. Thank you. And thank you for all the organizers.
Yes, Susan!
Thank you.
Thank you. My co-conspirator, Rihanna Elise Anderson, had to leave, and I teach it too. So I also have to leave because our students are first and foremost. What do you say at the end of 25 hours of some of the brightest, sharpest minds who've already spoken? What could I possibly say? So what I'd like to say is I'm really, really tired. When we decided to do this about a week ago, I didn't think we could actually do it, but there was something that said we just have to. I'm thinking specifically of the Audre Lorde quote, which I have on my door, which I couldn't remember for the life of me. But of course, it's when I dare to be powerful, to use my strength in the service of my vision, then it becomes less and less important whether I'm afraid. And I think many people have demonstrated, especially our students in the last 18 months, that fear doesn't stop them from doing what is right, and they have asked us as faculty and staff and alums and community to step up, and you all have done that, and I am so grateful to each of you. It's been amazing to meet amazing people these last just 25 hours. My mentee lost 2 NIH grants. She got what's called a P20, which is a 3-year grant. It's a gigantic achievement, incredibly rigorous, and she got it on the first submission, and it's gone. So I am deeply saddened and angered by what's happening, of course, and social workers often, we hope, step into those spaces. So our losses have been great. But here we are. We have succeeded. We have done this. All of you together. There are 10 people I have to thank because without them this would not have happened. Rihanna Elise Anderson is one. Victoria Fry, John Pinto, David, who did PR for us, Mishura. Who am I missing here on this list? I feel like I've won some sort of award. And Elwin and Catherine and Sky. There's 10 of us. Thank you to each of you. You've been amazing. And I would simply say that this is another start. Our CUIMC faculty uptown really got us going after the first announcement of the cuts, and now we're in this. Each one of us could come up with an idea, and we're all here and we're all in it, all day, all night, all of us, until this stops. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Could I get your contact if you don't mind?
I'm sorry?
Could I get your contact if you don't mind?
Oh, sure.